Welcome. It's good to see you all again. We haven't often met in the fall, so it's nice to be back in the fall and to see you here. We'll start where we usually do, which is doing a round of introductions. I think people know me by this point. I'm Tristan Molesky with the Center for Assessment. Pleased to be able to help coordinate and facilitate the Accountability Task Force. And why don't we go around this way? We'll let our colleagues from the department introduce themselves, and we'll go around the table.
I'm Alan Burrow, Associate Superintendent of Assessment and Accountability. Welcome. Thank you all for being here today. We appreciate you.
Paula Vanderford, Chief Accountability Officer, and ditto what Alan said. We thank you for being with us today.
Christy Kovanet, Senior Policy Fellow at XLNM.
Ryan Kirkendall, Settle County.
Bradley Robertson, Oxford.
Stephen Hampton, Lamar County.
Crystal Bates, Wayne County.
LaVonda White, Rankin County.
Lawrence Hudson, Western Line School District.
Jermaine Brown, Hattiesburg.
Lindsey Brett, Lee County.
Pat Thompson, Union County.
Latoya Blackshear, JPS.
All right, you guys are testing my ability to write quickly here. So, welcome again. Glad to see you again. And we will. This is our schedule for today. We'll hear from the department and any updates they have. I think this will be fairly succinct here shortly. And then we're going to dive right into college and career readiness, which is probably where you expected us to, the topic you expected us to make prominent on the agenda given our previous conversations. We think we're getting pretty close to landing this plane, but we'll see. We'll share with you a refined model and get your feedback on that. We've scheduled that to go until 11. Take a break, and then we want to talk with you a little bit about federal designations, talk about CSI, ATSI, TSI, whether and how those link to the accountability systems. On a conversation I think we've taken up, or if we haven't, it's been quite a long time, so we'd like to get your advice about that. We'll break for lunch, then we'll talk about growth. That's the topic that many of you have asked us to elevate to this task force, and so we've added it to this agenda. I'm going to talk a little bit about what's working well, what's not working well, and whether we want to add a little bit more, I'll call it sensitivity in certain parts of the growth range. And then we have a conversation to end the day about progress in English language proficiency. One of the themes has been with the task force that we really want to tighten up all the screws and bolts on the system now before we get into resetting performance thresholds, which presumably will be this summer. So the idea is to have the system as intact and as complete as possible so that we minimize multiple series of disruptions and that we can move forward with as much continuity as possible. So we hope that we get through all of this, and we will adjourn promptly by 3:30 today. Many of you are veterans and have heard this spiel before, so bear with me while I just cover some of the high points about what our purpose is and how we operate. We're here to help the department make good decisions about design and implementation of the state system. We always try to keep our conversations focused on policy priorities. We're a little different from, say, a technical advisory group. We're really trying to identify those things that matter most to improve outcomes for students and talk about how the accountability system can be designed in a way to elevate those priorities. And as you know, the feedback that you give us is received as a recommendation to the department, and I know that they received that recommendation with a lot of influence. They really care about the advice that you give. Always had great tradition of operating with well within these norms here, folks listening actively and attentively, critiquing ideas, not people or organizations, building on comments. We've always tried, I think, again, veteran members of this task force will hopefully back me up on this, to look for consensus. Occasionally we vote on things, but we really try to see if we can come to agreement as a whole on our recommendations. I think that gives them a lot more force when they make their way to the department. I don't know the last time we've asked you to keep something confidential, since these meetings are public, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. And then we'll end, as we usually do, by asking for you to tell us what priorities for future meetings are. Okay, I think that takes care of the opening housekeeping. Any questions before we get into the agenda? All right. Alan, Dr. Vanderford, I'll turn it over to you to share any updates you have.
All right. Done don't have any major updates, but just had put some topics for discussion on here. We're currently conducting regional meetings, professional development meetings, if you will, with districts that have participation rates on the MAP-A assessment over 2%. You may be aware that the department was not approved for a waiver to assess more than 1% of students on the MAP-A assessment. And so we're going through some processes to try to reduce our participation rates on MAP-A across the state. We're moving in the wrong direction. Our rates have increased since last year. So some of you may be involved in some of those meetings, but I just thought I would, let you know that that's going on, and that's a concern that we're working on. Also, we have a report due to the legislature about the use of the ACT for federal ESSA accountability measures in high school regarding high school end-of-course assessments. We've been meeting with other states that have gone through this process, that have participated in peer review and sought approval to use the ACT in lieu of high school end-of-course assessments for federal accountability measures, and gathering their pros and cons of doing that. There's still a lot of concerns expressed, I would say, primarily around the ability of the ACT to measure state standards on those subject areas. And we're hearing that from some of these states. But we'll be compiling that and reporting that to the legislature shortly. We're going into our first administration in the fall with ELA and math under DRC, the DRC contract. So we have a one-year contract with DRC, it's an emergency contract. So I wanted to mention that and see if anybody on the task force had any concerns or comments or questions regarding that as we move into that new administration. I see some possible comments.
Speak now or third?
All right, well,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So I know you and I exchanged emails in regards to the standard analysis. Is that possible that we'll be able to receive a detailed standard analysis?
Well, we're still having some ongoing conversations with DRC about that. We had our technical advisory committee meeting last week, and there was a lot of work. I mean, this was no easy task to terminate a contract and have an emergency with a vendor for a fall administration. So DRC agreed to work with us to, and I think I've shared that with this group, to the extent possible that it didn't interfere with any of our asks, didn't interfere with the on-time delivery of all of the reports, et cetera, within the scope of work. I think they seem to be in a really good place. Had another follow-up meeting with them last week. Dr. Evans, I think he walked in, was in that meeting, and so I think DRC is feeling more comfortable now, and they did tell us that they would be willing to schedule a meeting with us to circle back on any of the additional asks that we have. So we're finally in a place that we can have those conversations now due to the heavy lift off. So we know there's going to be bumps in the road. I mean, it's just unfortunate, but it was either continue with the same vendor that we had or make this adjustment for 1 year. And so we are trying to keep our ask reasonable, because to Alan's one of the next points that he has, we will be releasing an RFP for FY26 for a vendor that responds and wins the solicitation. So it's just, there's 1 year on this contract, so it's just, we're trying to be reasonable with the ask. But I feel like someone down there had something to say. And you didn't say it?
Well, I agree with her. If we could receive a standard analysis similar like NWA was able to provide, it was very helpful, instead of just the domains, basically, is what we're is available in DRC. It just helps us to drive instruction.
Well, and that's been an ongoing, I mean, that was one of the questions initially, so they are aware that we would like that, so we'll continue to work on that.
Alan, when's the report about the ACT coming out?
Oh, that's due in December.
Yeah, I'll provide just a couple other quick reflections on this. So I was here last week for the Technical Advisory Committee meeting, and, well, first I'll just say, DRC does have a very strong team on this project, and I think from a technical perspective, the TAC was left feeling very strong about they're making good decisions to protect. I mean, the first principle here with this administration, as Dr. Benford mentioned, is it's got to be error-free, it's got to be successful, it's got to be comparable. It's, all of those really consequential uses have to be preserved. And I do think that they've come in, they've put together a good plan, they put together a good technical team. And TAC was left with real confidence that they're going to be able to move forward in a way that we know that we've got very solid, trustworthy assessment, again, first principle. I will say, we talked in the TAC about the standard analysis report. In the interest of full disclosure, the TAC's a little skeptical about that kind of resource because they worry that people will generalize too much for that standard level, particularly when you don't have the items themselves. So, you might put too much focus on, hey, here's the information we're getting from this item code, and that there are better ways to get information to guide instruction. But it's interesting to me to hear you say that you're finding that report useful, and I would just like to say, let's just listen a little bit more on how you're using those and how you're finding them valuable. I think it'll help me facilitate these kinds of conversations in technical advisory meetings. But did either of you or others want to say more about those reports?
As far as NWEA,
So the particular topic was the standards analysis report. Like what uses are you finding valuable from those reports?
I personally like to compare it to the blueprints, just to make sure that if it says that there's 25 to 33% from this particular set of standards, I like to cross-reference that to make sure that that's what's in there.
And then I would venture to say, or say for us, we utilize that to tell us what are our strengths and our weaknesses around the standards that are being assessed. And what we notice in our district, even at certain schools, this standard may be a deficit for this particular school or for the district as a whole, and that helps us to guide our professional development.
Exactly.
And so that's how we truly use those documents.
It also helps to write goals for the different content area departments as far as student goals,
Your
department
teachers.
goals.
As well as our teachers. So we use that to align our professional development.
Teachers like to see it. Teachers like to see where their strengths and weaknesses are. And school like ours, there's only one third grade math teacher at one school. And so at the other schools, there's 3 more. They get together and they get to see what the strengths and weaknesses were from each teacher and collaborate on that. So it's a useful.
So you can determine if it's a curriculum problem within the district, if it's district-wide, or is it just a school issue,
And then we take all of the documents and kind of side by side and say, this standard has been an ongoing problem for our district. We need to look at instructionally how it's being delivered in the classroom.
Some of our academic coaches, like our math coaches, identified that geometry was an area in specific standards in all the 3rd through 8th grade. And so that's been a real focus for us this year, with getting our teachers in and working on that. So
if you just give us a domain, some domains are very broad.
Very broad.
Lots of standards. So that covers a lot of
if
territory.
you look at that, like our science teachers that are currently on DRC, is like, this doesn't tell me much, that type of thing.
The domain 1 in biology is huge.
It's a tough needle to thread. This is where there's sort of a tension between the technical side and the practical side, and I don't know that we're going to get any answers this morning. I'm grateful to listen to you and learn from you, but I think from some of the issues that came up in the TAC meeting were we don't do anything that narrows the curriculum, right? So people use that as a way to try to define what the blueprint's going to be, that's potentially could narrow the curriculum, and that's something that we'd like to avoid. And yeah, as I mentioned before, sometimes those generalizations based on standards, you might say, oh, we're doing weaker on this one than that one, could be related to characteristics of the particular items that it's drawing from. And fewer items means weaker generalization. You get a little bit more at the subscore level, but even at the subscore level, and again, you see where I'm going with this, at the subscore level, you get a little bit more heft to those generalizations, but as you guys have noted, it's a little less clear what you're generalizing from. So I think let's just continue to track this and brainstorm about what would be the most helpful way to try to provide more detailed level insights to the field, because I think that's the chief thing I'm hearing folks crave.
We just want to use it to drive professional development
Yeah.
and improve our teaching practices, so.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Thanks for letting me take a moment with that.
I think we covered just about everything. We're going to talk a good bit about LP 21 later in the agenda. I just mentioned, that's going to be a new ELP assessment for the spring, and there's going to be some concerns about how we transition from one to the other. So, but we'll talk about that later.
So we recognize we have some new vendors here. I mean, we have K-Readiness, new vendor, ELPT, new vendor, using DRC in lieu of NWA. So we recognize the impact that this has on the field, because it has an impact on the team here within the agency as well. We recognize that.
The biggest issue is the changes while MSIS 2.0 is happening. I'm not trying to pile on MSIS 2.0, but it's made it. That's what's made the challenges very, very hard on a lot of levels. As these other changes are happening, because you're simultaneously, the timelines and things that are given. So
It's kind of like ripping off a Band-Aid, isn't it? It's all at once.
And Deborah's in the room, but I mean, Deborah, the one thing that I can say is that Deborah did, is like this, has said for the last few months, is this is going to be painful for all of us, and it has, but we have high expectations for the outcome once it's fully implemented.
But I do want to acknowledge the fact of the flexibility of dates and things that the department has been willing to do because of all of these heartaches that we've had, whether it was personnel or whatever it may be.
Right.
That has been incredibly helpful and lowered the stress level
Yeah.
of a lot of people in our districts too. So
Well,
thank y'all for that.
And so Deborah and I met with some of our teams earlier this week, and so we're certainly willing to provide flexibility where we can. Now, like, I'm not on the funding side with the funding formula and things that are non-negotiables, but where we can, and Dr. Evans is here, I think he would agree, where we can provide the flexibility, we'll continue to, but we will have some non-negotiables that we're not able. Yeah.
You can imagine why that's like something that's, we're feeling an immense amount of pressure on as well.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, and so when we're pressing OTSS for things we need, like in accreditation, they're clear, like funding piece is a priority. And so if we get behind on some timelines, for example, like student-teacher ratios going to the board later than what they normally do, we'll be able to have conversations with the state board to explain why this report may come to them a couple of months later than what it may have initially come. So we're trying to be as flexible as possible, but also adhere to some non-negotiables.
Well, as difficult as change can be, I also appreciate the department's thoughtfulness, like, for instance, with moving toward the RC for test administration, having conducted school test coordinator training just in the last couple of weeks. School test coordinators are appreciative of only having one platform, for instance. Okay, so that's helping folks in the field. On LPA 21, we have folks that are appreciative of now having an alternate assessment for our EL students. And also shout out to Deborah, appreciate her. She recently dropped a file for us to where now we have transfer student scores, et
Yes.
cetera. And so, very thankful.
Yeah. And those are some of the hiccups that we've had, but when Dr. Stampsel reached out to Deborah, she was like, I can work through the weekend and provide this, so she was able to do that.
And that's important to point out. So if you didn't know, you have assessment data that's been dropped in your DTC SharePoint folder, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
It
it has.
is under,
Yes.
it's in student assessments.
Yes, it's under map data, and there's an assessment history folder I created.
So under map data, there's an assessment district folder located there where you can look up test scores that are not currently in MSIS 2.0.
That's excellent, thank you.
That's been the biggest challenge, so thank you.
It has.
Texting someone?
And Ryan asking me for scores, so yeah.
Do you want to say anything more about the RFP before we move on?
Just that, to the point, you know, we're really hopeful that the RFP is going to streamline some things as well as allow us to have a little bit of extra money in our budget where we might can provide like a statewide interim at no cost, optional use, of course, for districts. Maybe use report Lexiles on the score report. So we've got a number of different things that we're hopeful, but it will roll out. I refer to it as a mega RFP. We would like to have map A all under one vendor. We're looking at the option of map A being a shelf product, since we've kind of had some issues over the 10-year period, concerns regarding the assessment. May see a hybrid option with the items. We're losing items left and right for test security, through test security, and it's very expensive to replenish that bank, and particularly with the process that we've been going through in Mississippi. We do like the process of involving the teachers, so we may shift away from what we said 10 years ago, all Mississippi items developed by Mississippi teachers. We may have to move away from that some and use like a hybrid with bringing in some items from a bank, but we still will involve our Mississippi educators in the process. So we just think one vendor will just streamline, make it easier for districts, but also save us money, because right now we're paying 2 setup fees. We have 2 different type data files, 2 different score reports, 2 different, like ways that vendors analyze, as we've just talked about. So it would just, I think, provide consistency across all content areas and all grade levels with those assessments. So we're excited.
A lot going on.
It is a lot.
Okay. All right, any questions about the department's updates before we move into the?
Dr. Evans, do you have anything to add?
No, I just want to again say out loud, thank you, Ms. Deborah, for all, with this transition, I know it's difficult. It's frustrating for you, it's enormously frustrating for us as well, because the same issues that you deal with, we deal with internally, because we have to access the same information, but every time we need something, she pulls it off. So I believe we need to thank people when they do go above and beyond. So thank you for the grace. We do not, and I have communicated to my team that we will not get this grace next year. We have one shot. And the reason why I know that is I would have never given grace in that second year. So we understand the urgency of it.
Thank you, Dr. Okay, we'll move on to our first accountability topic today, which is college and career readiness. Again, I won't take a lot of time by way of setup here. I think this is something we've been talking about, so I'm going to pretty quickly get to how the proposed framework has evolved, but just to help you get up to speed, we've talked about how to reflect this in the state model. The current model, as you know, includes acceleration, which incentivizes advanced course taking and readiness, which brings in that ACT work needs performance. and our conversations over several meetings now have focused on combining and broadening those indicators. A number of the things, I won't read everything on the slide to you, but these are a number of the priorities that have emerged through our conversations, and you can see, again, an emphasis on broadening, an emphasis on really honoring career readiness and its multiple ways in which it can be demonstrated. Trying to get a little more differentiation across the metrics, so avoiding all or no situations and saying, can we create more tiers to honor prized accomplishments that schools are helping students to reach. And we also said that we wanted to bring diploma endorsements. They're very important, and see if we can bring that into the model in a way that seems sensible. So all of that has brought us to this current depiction of the framework, and I'll talk about it broadly. And again, as has been our way in this meeting, don't hesitate to lean right into the conversation. You know, just speak up if you have some feedback you want to give. But you see the three components there. You see acceleration, which is very, very similar to the way that's currently represented in the accountability model. So in some ways, this is really more of a messaging difference. It's not a substantive difference that you're putting it under this college career readiness umbrella, but you still have the participation, you still have the performance. And I'm going to unpack this in a little more detail in just a moment. You see the achievement piece, which is where we're getting some of that differentiation. It goes from failing to earn any kind of failing to graduate or earning a qualifying equivalency to, on the left side, to full points when diploma with distinguished academic endorsement or a comparable career technical endorsement with distinguished measures that accompany that. We'll talk about that before we finish today. And you see some along the way tiers built into that as well. And then on the assessment side here, a number of refinements have been made since we last tuned into this. Again, it differentiates from failing to attain those qualifying scores to 1, 2, 3, 4 different thresholds indicating increasing levels of performance on these important measures. And there's also, and Alan and I have had some friendly conversations about the best way to show the points here, and we'll want your advice on that as well. So you see this, and we'll talk before we finish this topic, make sure you're okay with the overall point allocation. So from the last meeting, we talked about making this 150 points total in the model. So the 1,000-point model, that's 15% weight. That's 50 more points that has been allocated to readiness. Those 50 points coming from taking them away from U.S. history. And but you'll see, mathematically, there's a couple ways to do it. You can either think about, like say, look at 0.5 out of 1 or 25 out of 50. Either way, sort of mathematically, you get to the same destination, but we want you to feel like this is being communicated in a way that's clear and understandable from your standpoint. So these are all some changes that you see represented, and I'm going to unpack them in a little bit more detail. So summarizing some of the changes, the points are primarily expressed as percentages. That's the point that I was just making. There's no fractional weighting in acceleration is what we're proposing. I may need Alan to help me unpack that a little bit, but I think that's the piece where if you have multiple AP courses, then you get like a 1.1 or a 1.2. Alan, help me say that a little more sensibly.
You'll grade also.
Yeah, so currently the business rules are students who participate in multiple accelerated courses will have a 1/10 of a point added for more than one course. And also in the performance measure, if they're successful in more than one accelerated course, and there's a fraction of a point, a 1/10 of a point added for each additional. So the reason why we're throwing this in there, and of course we're going to get your feedback, is to reduce confusion around that calculation and to be a little bit more transparent in the reporting of the performance of that calculation. Again, with the understanding that we're going through standard setting, so this is going to put everybody on a reset.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't, disparage anyone particularly, but just wanted to put that in there, point of discussion.
So all this again is up for our conversation today. The third bullet's not too substantial. I think in the previous version we talked about GED as being the equivalency accomplishment, and we've just broadened that to recognize there are more than one way than the GED to get an equivalency. So we put language in about a qualifying equivalency demonstration. Added the junior RTC endorsement, and added new levels and thresholds to assessment. I think the next slide's going to take us there. Yeah. So, and I think I just broke this up. You can take any of this in any way you'd like. So along, in our summarizing the changes or refinements to this, something piqued your interest, don't hesitate to lean in and share your thoughts. But we thought we would just sort of compartmentalize the discussion a little bit and start with the assessments and the thresholds. Let you look at that in a little bit more detail and get your feedback about that first. So again, you see that there's 4 different tiers. Well, there's 5 because there's technically a level of doing none of this that gets you 0 points. But the tiers start at ACT of 15, 17. Well, you can read it across. So you just see each test from left to right, how that advances through the different tiers and earns points. And you've got ACT, SAT, work keys, and the ASVAB, Armed Forces Qualification Test, as another marker for military readiness. That was something we talked about in previous meetings. We've had some different points of view about that, but this is what we'd like to propose for discussion today. And I'm going to pause here.
There wouldn't be many kids, but is there any students, many students, but a few, based on the way it's always been, is there any reason for the 50% for ACT we don't have a 17 in English or a 17 in reading? Since that's how we follow now, how we follow on the 75% threshold.
You're saying why
And
it's
also
not there?
some consistency too.
Yeah. It wouldn't be, most students who score 17 in reading score 17 in English first, but I would think we would want to add that, since that's what we follow now and what we follow through the rest of it.
You're suggesting put an or there, ACT,
Just like you did on the
17
set.
English or reading and math.
Well, we could do it, there's 2 choices really. You could do it like it is now in CCR, which is English or reading is one side and math is its own side. Or you could make it a 1 of 3. So that's a discussion.
Or just a 17 super school. You got 15 super schools, 17 super schools. I'm just throwing something out there.
Well, I do sort of agree with you. We got some super scores and we got some breakdown. That's a little interesting.
So 2 different topics have been raised for consideration. One is put reading in that 0.5 level as an or. So you have a student who gets a 17 in English, you maybe get like a 16 in English, but a 17 in reading, that student would qualify. And a second topic that's been raised for our collective consideration is whether some of those middle 2 levels that distinguish between English and math performance, or create those, I think the best way to say it is they create those conjunctive or those multiple categories for performance. Should those be rolled into a super score instead?
And the other thing to consider is the super scores, they would count science.
Right, that's the thing, like, what super score are we using going forward, since
Because now.
science is gonna be an optional test. I mean, that's what ACT is saying, that the super score is gonna be English, math, and reading.
Okay, well, if that's the case, I think that's what we go here, and then if that's the case, then if we just use super score for the ease of calculation in your districts, just super score 15, super score 17, super score 22, super score 25.
Which should we?
That's,
Was there some rationale for the extremes to be superscored and the
right.
middle sections to be the?
That would be my
conjunctions?
question, what's the significance of the, obviously those numbers will come up with, what was the significance?
Well, and then I was just thinking out loud, I'm not looking at the diploma endorsements, like, could we look at aligning them across the diploma endorsements, like the one point being what the distinguished diploma endorsement requires, and moving down from that with the academic, I don't know, I'd have to pull them up and,
I got them right here.
oh, because I don't have them memorized.
You go
Heather
back.
and Wendy probably do, but I don't.
You go back, Dr. Donaldson, go back to the table, the full page.
Sorry, I was going to pull up the endorsements and I messed up our presentation here. Hang on.
And that was just a thought about looking at ACT alignment with the maximum, I mean, with the highest diploma endorsement.
Well, right now, it doesn't match up, because the 18 and the 22.
That's with the
translate to
distinguished, that's what I was wondering, okay.
I think that's what we-
That's 17. That's specific to those 17 English, 19 math, that's not super school.
So academic endorsement, English 17, 19 math, that's the academic endorsement. And then the distinguished academic endorsement is ACT 18, English 22.
So we may need to look at appendix A5 or A6, sorry, of the accountability standards. That document may be, like, it's got an older date on it. That may not be the most up-to-date version, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's right.
Will the state admin of the ACT continue to have signs? Do we know that yet?
Right now, yes. We have no plans to change anything we're doing at ACT at this point.
Which documents?
It'd be accountability standards under accreditation, Mississippi Public School Accountability Standards 2024.
All right.
She said she thought they had taken that document that Dr. Domleski was able to access now. Appendix A6 on that document.
Which appendix should I? This is the enforcement.
Yeah, it's appendix A6. Do we have an updated chart like that? No, we don't. It's just on.
We need symmetry, right?
Yeah, let me get Joanne to print it.
I'll see if I can.
500 square feet on the house.
Sorry, this one.
We're looking at something we can have on the inside.
I'll get Joanne, so all she needs to print is that one off.
A7 is CTE threat, JRTC. A8 is academic, and A9 is social.
So we need 6 or 9 printed.
Why don't we come back to this, once they have that document, and we'll go on to some other parts of our conversation while they're looking for that. Spare you all my scrolling. Maybe let's move on to the second discussion. Now, this may take us back to some of the previous things we were talking about. So the diploma requirements, just to remind everybody, so if we go back to the chart here, we've got these 3 categories. Doesn't graduate, you get an equivalency by the 5th year, traditional graduation, and then here's the 2 we're going to focus on. Diploma with academic or career technical or JRTC endorsement, or diploma with distinguished academic endorsement, or career technical endorsement with those equivalent distinguished measures. Task force members may recall that one of the things that we talked about is we don't want there to be anything in the model where you can achieve a high tier on an academic side but not on the career technical side. So we said if you get that career technical diploma and you also earn the same credit thresholds, GPA thresholds, ACT thresholds that are associated with the distinguished diploma, that would qualify. So that would be the highest tier for that section there.
So can you explain if there is interplay between the achievement and the assessment indicator right now?
Yeah, there certainly would be some connections between the 2, right? So if you met some of those achievement standards, then you'd be well positioned to meet the diploma endorsements. But the diploma endorsements go a little bit further. So they have, I think, the chief difference would be the credit earning requirements, but the nature and the number of credits.
But you could earn technically a 1 for achievement for the diploma, but a 0 for not attaining any qualifying score.
I don't think so, if those 2 are designed to be
You wouldn't get a 0.
equivalent.
There's no way to get the distinguished and get a 0 on assessment. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering, so could I get a JROTC endorsement?
You could get that on the achievement with .75. You'd have to have the additional distinguished stuff to get the 1 on the achievement.
I think it would work in one direction or not the other at the distinguished level, if I'm understanding your question. So it would be possible on the assessment side to get a 1, but on the achievement side to get something less than that if you didn't meet the cross requirements for the diploma. I don't think, as long as we make these parallel, that it would be possible to get a 1 on achievement and get anything other than a 1 on assessment.
Because the diploma requirements also have an achievement score requirement, so we're counting it twice.
I don't know about that. I could get a 1 on the distinguished, but not get a full 1 on the assessment.
If they're parallel, I mean, that's the point, yeah. So if we should look and see, would you want to make them parallel?
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, to get a 1 on the assessment, I either have a platinum or that ASVAB score or ACT greater than 25.
And that was one of the.
It doesn't have to be ACT, yeah.
That was one of the intent. That was the intent here. Not to, these were not supposed to be aligned. They're supposed to be 2 separate measures, and they were supposed to recognize what is the highest measure you can achieve in this grouping versus not achieving. So So they weren't, when we set these up, they weren't set to be aligned.
Yeah.
So you could get a distinguished diploma endorsement, but
get-
not necessarily.
Not get the full point on the assessment.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Not that that matters, but I have a feeling that's gonna be a point of contention everywhere. Like everybody, what, that don't make any sense to me. I'm not saying we make decisions based on everybody saying that don't make any sense to me, but I'm just gonna put out there that I feel very confident if we go across the state with that, everybody be like, what?
Well, say more, Ryan, the thing that people might find inconsistent is that the diploma assessment requirements wouldn't be parallel with the separate assessment requirements.
Yeah, what's a full credit for a one? You know, as we pointed out, you know, the academic endorsements have, you know, your GPA, your number of credits, you know, did you earn a dual credit? You know, it has some other features besides what's in assessment. But assessment is a part of it. And that those don't line up, that would be really strange and hard for people to
What's the
understand.
current requirement on the distinguished endorsement as far as assessment goes?
It's the, what's .75
So
in
the
assessment.
College and career readiness
Yeah,
standard.
yeah, what's deemed.
So what you're
college ready.
saying is folks have a problem if it's, I got a distinguished endorsement, ACT says I'm college and career ready.
And I got a full one here.
But I only got .7. I only got
Right,
0.75.
yeah, that's what you're saying, that's the argument. ACT says I'm college and career ready, but you're saying,
Yeah. I understand Alan's point, and
Right.
we're trying to make it different when it does overlap, and I get that. And I'm not saying, again, we make the decision, I'm just telling you that's going to be a discussion.
So but if they're parallel, why not just make achievement 100 and do away with assessment if they're completely parallel, right? Wouldn't that be the other argument of that, if they're completely parallel?
True.
There would be no reason to have two different categories at that point.
That's true. Good point. Yeah, it's a discussion.
Other than there's.
Sorry.
Makes sense.
My bad.
Well, other than there's different, I mean, I think that having the assessment separately is, it recognizes that a student might not get one of those diploma endorsements.
Right.
But we'd still want to incent them to meet a prized level on one of these assessments. So you could imagine the traditional graduate, but still maybe college, career ambitions, and you want to make sure that they are well prepared for that. But I take your point. I mean, it's possible you could try to roll those in, but
Well, and it's also, would be incredibly difficult to parallel an ACT score greater than, a kid that scored a 15 on the ACT and a fifth-year graduate. We don't want people to see those things as aligned together, which is, I think, your point, Alan, of
Right.
these do not need to be parallel because of really the extremes, not really what's in the middle, it's the extremes.
Yeah, I agree. If we matched it up, we would have to change more on the assessment line.
Alan, accountability often drives behavior. Just trying to think about, okay, so what's the advantage to helping students to earn the 15 super score or the 25? You know, in my mind, one of the numbers that kind of comes to mind on, let's say, composite ACT might be a 20, because then kids could go to community college for free. That might be kind of a goal we throw out there, but what would be the advantage saying, okay, we want that 25 or the 15 to kind of be the goal? So,
Yeah, so I think your point is important, and if we can get some information on that, you know, is a 15 super score on ACT worth something? Should it be recognized in the model, or should it be a different number? For the ASVAB, for example, 31 is the minimum you need to get into the Army. So there's a meaning behind it.
What is the threshold to take remedial courses?
17, English 19, math.
Oh, that's right, that's the second, yeah. That's the second block.
So it's almost like if you just kind of tweak the 0.5 there, then people could understand it. People can understand the 0.75 because those are the CCR benchmarks.
That's right.
So, and then also going back to it's a mix, super score versus subtest, whereas with work keys and ASVAB, it's just overall composite. So that's where it kind of is confusing a little bit.
and what does
Is the
not?
15, what is the, and I'm just trying to think of these numbers mean now. Is the 15 the threshold to be able to take SREB? Don't you have, in order to, if you make a whatever grade in SREB, you don't take
Right.
remedial courses?
You gotta have at least
There's
15.
something about a 15.
You gotta have
15
15.
just allows you access
I think
to
that's
get
what it
into
is.
Now, if you have a 15,
Say that again?
15 to 17.
Right.
There is
Yeah.
another course called,
Essentials. That's the
There's
other.
one,
Essentials.
when you put somebody who makes a 13.
Right, but you can't get out of remediation with that.
Right.
So that's where the 15 comes in.
I
right.
think you're able to get into school.
That's right.
I would think, I go back to Stephen's point originally, if we're gonna make it different, then I think everything should be a super school. I'm starting to think that.
It's gonna be easier.
It's gonna be
Overall, it's gonna be less
easier to
wordy.
explain, easier to calculate, easier to,
And that's easier for that discussion than what I was just talking about. Now it feels different. Is it different? But it feels different.
So how do we convince our people what that means?
Well, if you go super score, you want the community colleges to respect that too.
Here it is.
Like, right now they say 17, you get into English comp.
Yeah.
You'd want the community colleges.
Super score matters for scholarships.
Not every
Well,
college takes,
Yeah.
not every community college takes it.
ones where mine go to, yes. So. But yeah, I understand your point.
Yeah.
Well, we talk about wanting accountability to drive behavior, and again, my thumb's not on the scale, I just want to make sure we articulate what the pros and cons of all these decisions are. So the pro of making it super score, I hear you say, is it's clearer. It's just a little cleaner communication and understanding. The con would be if you have a student that had very imbalanced performance on those assessments. Maybe they had very strong performance in English and very weak performance in math. If you had a conjunctive requirement where you said you got to meet both in order to get this, then you might continue to remediate that student in mathematics and continue to help support them to achieve that level. Whereas if it's at the super score level, would we be confident that those same supports would continue to happen?
Well, I think the other pro is it completely delineates it from the achievement category as well. So that kid that's meeting that 17 and 19, they're getting credit for that. It just happens to be in the achievement section and not the assessment section.
You're saying
That's a good
baking
point.
those into the diploma endorsements helps mitigate your concern
That's
about
right.
that? Okay.
That's right.
And right now we're doing both. We have two measures that are super score.
but I
Already
think
doing
to
that.
your point is if I have a kid that has a 17 and I'm trying to get into the 22, then where are you, what is the lowest area on your ACT? Let's focus on getting that up. I mean, so you're gonna work with those kids at the building level anyway. You know, you're gonna try to get them to that 25 or higher, that sort of thing. So you're gonna focus on what is it gonna take to get there? You know, and it allows them to have their strengths to offset some of their weaknesses too, you know. So I don't
I like that direction.
So I'm hearing a lot of voices on the super score, and we're going to get some information soon that help us look at these diploma endorsement thresholds more clearly. Is there anybody that wants to propose not doing the super score and keeping it differentiated? You want to make your case for that?
I think you already made it.
Okay.
If there's an imbalance, that you want to make sure that they're getting the remediation they need for them.
And all of this is with the assumption that no U.S. history, right? I mean, has that decision been, by everybody, has that decision been finalized that we're gonna do the 150 points without the U.S. history? Or we're gonna pull the points from somewhere else? Is that all we're gonna on this conversation?
We were going to call the question on that before we were done, and so that's our fourth conversation. But if we can move there if you like and affirm that, so that we can check that off the list or not. So thank you. Yeah. So this is the to Lawrence's point. This is where we left in the August meeting. This is where we left our recommendation on the overall weights. That this is with the English language progress built in. If you take those 50 points out, then those numbers are rounder, right? And they become 150 for readiness. But this the group endorse this?
I do have a comment on this. Matt and I sat with, whatever, about 100 principals back in September and, kind of updated them. And something was brought up that I did not consider. And it was brought up that a lot of points do come from U.S. history. Will schools be able to make up that those same amount of points with this new model by taking away those percentage points? And another thing is like the combined concordance table, because U.S. history helps with 3 through 3.
Now, I didn't run this, but I actually ran it at high schools, just replacing U.S. history with graduation endorsements based off the percentages last time. These are new percentages, so we'll alter a little. So overall, 7 or 8 would have dropped. From the district, it was like, you gotta remember, we're a microcosm of the state, we kind of have what everybody has. So I've always found that whatever be similar to the district, movement. The district, that would have been a negative 6.5. So that gives you the average of the high school, 8 high schools. Now the CCR difference, we're changing it here, but it was a positive 4.6, so it counteracted it. So the district change was 1 point negative on this time, so that wasn't a whole lot of impact overall, but it was because those counteracted each other. If that helps you.
And remember, as somebody said this before, I'll just elevate it again, that all of this is preceding setting new standards.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the things that came out of that meeting as well, some of the principals, everybody's not on the same playing field. Like my district, we're very fortunate to have a good dual credit situation. Some districts are not, where their students have to pay a lot to take a dual credit course, and so they wanted to make sure that we didn't, create a bigger issue with the whole CCR deal with widening that gap with the have and have-nots on the dual credit side of things. So I don't know if that makes any difference with the proposed changes I talked about. Taking multiple dual credit courses gives me extra fractional points. You're saying that's going to go away, so that would hopefully help mitigate some of that.
I think I missed that then. I'm sorry, I think I was still dealing with the news that we have those files up there for a second. So we are changing something in acceleration?
We brought that to you for discussion.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's one of the things we hope to get your advice on today. Let me see if we can complete this one. Anybody object to these overall point? Okay.
And just to be clear, U.S. history remains as an EOC and a graduation requirement. It's just not going to be part of accountability.
My knowledge, that's correct.
All right, so that's not to our knowledge. So like what we're saying?
Yeah, I thought we were.
The question was, does U.S. history remain as an EOC and a graduation?
The class, not the test.
Yeah, we can't.
No, he's saying the EOC.
That's the test.
So we're going to test it, but it's not going to count
In the model.
at all in the model. Okay, so that's news to everybody, I assume.
I don't think that's what Dr. Evans said the last time.
Has anything changed from the last meeting? That's really the question.
No, nothing's changed since
Okay.
the last meeting. The intent would be to do away with U.S. history in the course assessment.
Yeah.
That's the biggest selling point for me was removing one assessment from our high school and being done with our EOC from high school in the 10th grade so that we can start preparing for whatever career college from junior, senior. That was the biggest selling point to me.
And that's what sold us, but if we're gonna have to take it anyway.
Well, let me make sure I just take this note. The endorsement of this is contingent on an understanding that U.S. history is being sunset as a test with student level accountability.
Yes.
But if that changes,
We got to come back to the table.
Yeah,
okay, no, I just want to make sure I hear your voice here.
I agree.
Because, and I'll just be honest with you, my teacher's gonna say, and I fight this, but my teacher said, they're gonna take the test and it's gonna be part of accountability and deciding the graduation, and why, why, the kids aren't gonna try and all that stuff. Anyway, that's what I'm.
Well, and we're potentially adding a test from the standpoint of folks may have kind of dipped their toe in the ASVAB pond a little bit, but now it's gonna be census ASVAB testing almost.
That's
So-
absolutely true.
Yes.
That's
Which, there's nothing wrong with census ASVAB testing, because again, it should be about not just enrollment in college, but it should be about careers and the military as well, so that would be encouraging.
SAT's going to increase too. Put it in the model, it's going to increase some. So SAT and ASVAB will become a test every student takes. SAT will increase quite a bit.
Okay. So I'm gonna, here's the decision I think we've made. I'm gonna say it back. The task force supports this allocation of overall points in the 1,000 point model with the understanding that the U.S. history test is being sunset as an accountability test. If that changes, we revisit this, is what the task force is recommending. So, one decision made. Let's go back to this, and now we've got some more.
Sorry about the paper, I know we're a paperless group, but it was easier because Dr. Malone doesn't have everybody's email addresses. It was just, I felt like the easiest thing to do.
So I think we want to look at this with an eye for the extent to which these diploma endorsement testing requirements are parallel with what's in this table. And then we need to also bring in a conversation about subscores. So give me a second to catch up here.
I think one of the things that some of the principals were saying, there's overlap between the acceleration component and the achievement component. Like to get a distinguished endorsement, you have to take either AP or dual credit. Am I reading that right? So there's a little overlap there. Basically, dual credit or AP counts in both of those categories. And for schools or districts that struggle with getting funding for dual credit, that's
All right, so traditional diploma with academic endorsement, if I'm reading this right, I see on page 64, ACT subscores of 17 in English and 19 in math. And then traditional diploma with distinguished, it looks like ACT, that's now at page 67 near the bottom, ACT subscores of 18 in English and 22 in math. So let me look at that again against this table. 17 in English, 19 in math. Yeah, that doesn't match up with any of those levels. It's,
And I'm not saying it has
no,
to.
no, no, I don't think the task force is either.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right. I just like happened to think about where,
Yeah.
it, you know,
Mhm.
I mean, so we don't have to waste our time with this exercise. I know there was conversation while I was out with Dr. Evans, so.
Yeah, and it may be obviated anyway because there was I think a growing voice in the room about using subscores, which would be,
Super scores.
yeah, superscores, excuse me.
So,
Yeah.
can we, talking about super, I would like, there's some information I'd like Heather just to recap that we've talked about in some meetings about super scores. I'd like for her to share with the task force.
So there was some conversation that the universities and community colleges use super scores for financial aid purposes primarily. We all accept them. We also use super scores for some of the university admissions components. So like a 15 super score, that can help a student earn MTAG scholarship. So that's the minimum threshold for MTAG. A 20 is the threshold for the HELP scholarship. So I think when we first talked, I think Alan spoke with student financial aid, maybe we discussed it, so maybe that's where. Also, if you look at our averages in the state of our ACT score, a lot of some of our subgroups, their average is a 15. So I think there's a lot of different components with that threshold of 15 there. But the universities and community colleges primarily take the super score for financial aid purposes. It's open enrollment for the community college, but they don't necessarily have a ACT requirement. ACT is primarily used at the universities for placement, meaning a 17 to be placed straight into Comp 1 with no remediation, and then 19 to be placed straight into college algebra with no remediation. So eligibility, admissions, and placement are two separate things. So I was just trying to clarify that, how ACT is used in the state.
Has it changed? We compiled a list last year of schools that don't accept super score for scholarships.
I'm speaking of state financial aid.
Okay.
So it's very well, I could say this, it very well could either maybe institutional or departmental scholarships could be different. The state financial aid takes the super score.
Gotcha, right.
Okay.
Some colleges do not.
All of the IHLs take it for admission purposes, use it for admission
Right.
purposes. So there's a different variety. So I would say,
Right.
when we look at this, we should probably look at the global versus the
Yeah.
individual and look at the state financial aid piece, and they can take super scores.
Gotcha.
So, Paul, I think our conversation when we were going was, I think we were getting to the idea, we think there needs to be a clear delineation in between achievement and assessment, which is why we were talking about changing the assessment piece to all, or whichever one,
Yeah.
all assessments.
Makes sense.
So, and I do remember, when we were trying to make these alignments, we did talk with Heather at IHL. And, that's where I remember now that's where the 15 came from. The 17 English and math is tied to the graduation requirement.
And now we have a mark for 20 at the 75% threshold based on what she just said. So, you know what I'm saying, the super score of 20 there at the 75% threshold.
I think we gotta take these up separately. There's two decisions I think we need your advice on, and maybe even it would be good to get your advice on, well, whether a super score is the preference of the task force and what that super score would be at each level is sort of one thing. And then if there's not super scores, we should say what thresholds we think are appropriate. If they're not these, are they something else? And I actually think it'd be good to get your advice on both of those. So let's imagine that the super score recommendation doesn't hold for whatever reason. It'd be good to have your voice on what you would prefer it to be if it's going to be separate. That's my recommendation. I'd like to get as much information from the task force as possible is what I'm saying. So first question, what's the level of support for a super score? A lot of hands going up. Objections to super score. Christy noted her objection earlier. She wants to say more. She should feel free. Is there anybody else that has an objection to register there? All right, so let's stay in the world of super score for just a second. So I'm going to assume the 15 and the 25 stick. But let's look at where we need to make recommendations at 0.5 and 0.75. No, like I'm reading your body language. No, go ahead, Brian.
I don't know. The 25.
I don't either. What's the significance of 25?
Okay, 25
And I'm not against
feels-
it, but I'm not for it either. Like, what's the significance of it?
25 feels too rigorous, not rigorous enough?
Too rigorous.
Heather, was there a tie to 25 in our discussion?
The next level, MTAG was 15, MESG was 29.
29, yeah, that's right.
That's the next level, and then,
We initially put it as 29 and decided
yeah,
that
the
was.
health scholarship, which is the one that's full tuition, is at 20, but you also have to have a certain GPA and certain classes that go along with that as well. But yeah, the next one from MTAG, now there's an overhaul this year with that, but anyway, MTAG is 15, MESG is 29.
Did the 25 line up in some way with the other items?
I think so.
Yeah, is it 25 equivalent to platinum on the work
I think.
or to 1200 on SAT?
Yeah, I have that data. I just need to pull it up, but I think that's
So I
correct.
guess that leads us, so what would be the super score aligns to gold on work keys and 1050 on SAT would be your 75%.
Yeah, you're trying to.
Common sense.
That 29 is a super score for MESG.
No, not that person, right?
And I think platinum is between 27 and 36, if you were trying to match ACT. I heard that comment, so I think it's between 27 and 36 for platinum. ACT.
I'm trying to look up these,
What? Okay, so, sorry.
That's not on the road. So don't stop up.
yeah, 1,200 concords to a 25.
That's a lot.
Concords to a 20, which could be good because it also has you. And then 920 concords to a 17. That actually makes a little bit of sense. So from what I've been able to find, colleagues, and we should make sure I'm looking at the most recent and correct information, but I just went to ACT's website and pulled up the concordance tables. A 1050, which is that 0.75 level, concords to a 20 ACT. And a 17, excuse me, a 920 concords to a 17. So those could be attractive choices, both because they're relatively comparable values and because we just learned the 20 has some meaning.
What's the 1200 on the SAT?
It concords to a 25.
Oh.
Yeah.
So do you leave the 0.75 ACT part the way it is and throw in a 20 super score? Matt,
Just change it to 20 super.
change it to 20 super score?
Current equal to 20 of the super. That's kind of my suggestion. 17, 15, 17, 20, 25.
At least we would have an explanation.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna we'll call the question on. We've already heard your recommendation that super scores are preferable to breaking down component scores, but the super score recommendations are moving from 0.25 to 1, 15, 17, 20, and 25. And the rationale for that is those, to the best of our knowledge, are the comparable scores to the SAT requirements. We'll validate that after this meeting. And at least for the for 20, we've heard that has it's a meaningful threshold for financial aid.
15, 17, and 20 all
Yeah.
have a meaningful. 25, maybe not necessarily.
I've got several 19 and below sub-scores that are hitting one or the other on the year 11 math. I'm just looking at it right now. And there's several kids who either get that 18 in math or 22, 18 in English or 22 reading.
Well, since we changed it substantially, I mean, I don't know if they're expecting us to like pass this today, but I'm personally going to want to see how this plays out. You know what I mean? That's my opinion. My opinion is always going to be that.
And my suspicion is that you're going to make up some of those points now that you get a super score of 15 with those kids that would not have gotten any.
Right, I get that. I'm just, and also we got to consider super score count science or not. And there's the,
We still give science, I think it's, that's part of it.
I think too, we got to do what our institutions do.
that's what I'm saying, like, going forward, what's the super score gonna be?
Yeah, well, it comes down to what the institutions accept for financial aid, in my opinion. That's what we need to do.
We're being consistent with the.
Because kids are gonna have the option of taking science or not on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have no recommended changes to the way we're administering the ACT as of right now.
Right, I think they're saying like what colleges are gonna say the super score is. Like, does that science count in there or does it not? Like, if I go take the ACT on my own, do I sign up for the science part or not?
I think we can make that a business rule. We can say that the definition of the super score is dependent on the state's financial aid definition or something to that effect.
So I just have a question, don't shoot me everybody, I just have a question. And the question I was asking Greg, my only question, making all of the super score. I just worry about the students that may not get the 17 and 19 to help them not take remedial courses. Because when you do, or you put it on a super score,
Right.
we could have students that are really great in math and science and help that super score out to land on that. So how would that, especially, so I guess my question is, do we worry about those students that will then, so I get the super score and land on this, but I didn't get the 17 or the 19 and have to take remedial courses? I just worry about that.
In my experience,
Okay.
it's pretty much those kids are not going to, they're going to have to take those anyway. I don't know, and I still think that you're going to we'll work with our kids to try to get them to that next super score, and then we'll start targeting where their growth potential is here or there, that sort of thing. So
There's a way that they don't have to take the remedial courses too, if they take the SRED or the essentials course.
Essentials courses or
If it wasn't in the
I get your point,
achievement,
I think it's a very valid point.
Yeah.
I really see what you're saying, but
Yeah.
I just think,
yeah, I want to see the impact, but if it wasn't in the achievement, see, these all overlap.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't in the achievement, lined up like it is, then I would totally not want to do super school. Does that make sense? Because you are getting credit for those
Right.
kids, sort of.
Right.
So,
So that's a good transition to take us back there, and I was recommending that we hear your advice about if we don't go super score, what those thresholds ought to be. And so just to remind us, so we have this document which allowed us to affirm that the academic endorsement requires ACT of 17 in English, 19 in math. The distinguished endorsement is 18 in English, 22 in math. And you can see here, I'll go back to this slide, what those recommendations are. They're not parallel. We said they don't have to be parallel. In fact, there may be some good reasons for them not to be parallel. But I would just want your advice. Would you have to be broken down by subtest? Do you like these, or would you recommend tweaks to these?
I don't think you could do a mix. The mix is strange, I
It's
know.
either gotta be super score all the way across, or
So if you were going to do it, to me, you would have to take 15 and 25 and break those apart, or change the whole diagram to make it match achievement. So. And I'm fine with performing that exercise, and people can decide which one they like. We can do where we break it apart. And we
But I
have
do
the
think it needs to be
subscores.
an or, the 17 or the reading, I did like that.
When I'm looking at this is, are kids ready for college and using the ACT, SAT? Are kids ready for workforce using WorkKeys? Are kids ready for military using the ASVAB? And we know that research shows that kids are ready to earn a B or higher or C or higher in college level coursework based on those scores. And so I feel like just creating something that's aligned with entry to the institution with remediation or a financial aid score isn't holding up the intent and spirit, because this is supposed to indicate that they're ready to conquer this next step, rather than just we'll admit them to a community college or they might be eligible for financial aid. So I'm having a hard time with what we're messaging here, because I thought our intent was messaging that they're college ready. I mean, this is the readiness indicator. And they're not ready if they score 15 or 20 or a 25. We know that those scores are what indicate that they're ready.
So to that point, so at 18 in English or 22 in reading, 22 in math, by ACT standards, that says they are ready.
Mhm.
So that would, to me, be a full point. because they're ready.
They're ready, they have a 50% chance of earning a B or higher in college level coursework. Or 50% chance of earning a C or higher in college level coursework. So, I mean, that's ready.
Right.
Relative. Like, they don't have to take remediation, but doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be very, they might not earn A's.
Right, that comes down to a lot of factors, are they gonna try, are they gonna whatever, but, I mean, on the 15 side of it, I do understand you get a quarter of a point there because they do qualify to go to college, even though it's not a 4-year, I mean, they would go to a community college, and I get that there's value there. I do think we fall into a whole crazy thing in the middle there.
If we're gonna break it apart, I agree with Matt's point, which is, and I think Christie's point, which is the college ready benchmarks should equal a 1, which means we can't start with the 15. We could, to me, we would kind of range it between the 17, since that's, you know, that meets the graduation options, to the college benchmarks, and then we would have to play with the or and the and along the line. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That would, if we break it apart, in my opinion, that's how we would have to do it. And I think it's probably a good idea to decide and give that task force 2 options, the super score option or that option, right?
Yeah, so just validating, the ACT benchmark scores are 22 math, 18 English, 22 reading, which is what you see there at the 7.75 level. And I think there's so many things on the table now. I think I heard somebody say, should that be full point for that? Leave that at the 0.75. The thing that would be an important consideration is that it would be quite removed from comparable performance on the other measures.
Right.
SAT, Platinum, and ASVAB. So having something that's
Yeah, it would alter the whole table.
parallel would be important. And you know, I think the motivation behind this is that there's a reach standard there for that full point.
We would have to go back to what it looked like last time with work keys in particular, where it wasn't just straight line, bronze, silver, gold, platinum. You know, if we altered it ACT like this, in my opinion, then we'd have to alter the SAT too. I don't know those equivalents, but work keys I'm more familiar. I would think it would be something like 25% would be a 17 in any of it, English, reading, or math. A 50% would be the 17 or the 19 in reading and the 19 in math. The 75% would be an 18 in English or a 22 in reading or a 22 in math, and then the 1 would be what the college benchmarks are right now.
Just to be fair, ACT says that those college benchmarks are for a reasonable chance of success. That doesn't mean that they're going to succeed. It's just they have a pretty reasonable chance to succeed. I think they say less than 2/3 even go on to finish a degree in 6 years. So this isn't a guarantee. It's just they probably have a pretty good chance without remediation. So I have no problem making the 1 a more rigorous expectation if that's what we're really trying to say is they have a much better chance of success, not just a reasonable chance for success. So I don't know. I guess I feel like we're looking at this to reward all possible outcomes, not looking at rewarding outcomes that are really good for kids. And I think that's where I have a hard time trying to award points for award keys bronze. What does that get you? So, I don't know. I don't feel like we're upholding a lot of the rigor and having high expectations for kids when we're starting to reward all these, all that nominal points but just reporting points for any possible outcome.
Our CCR points now are calculated directly with, what's saying the .75.
Right. Exactly.
Right, so that's where we are.
Except you can have a silver and an industry cert.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, I got that.
That's why I was saying the work keys couldn't be a straight line if we go this route. It would have to be some more of that.
But we are already there.
To your
And
point.
we're raising the level at the 25% threshold if you do this, because right now you're getting some credit for a 15 super score, but the way I would think we would start with the 17 and something to some level, but.
So I'm not for lowering rigor, but if we're making it college and career readiness, there are some students who aren't going to college.
Correct.
And so are we providing a way for them to get credit even though, I mean, they're not going to go to college, so they're not going to have a great super score on the ACT, but what we need to make sure is that they're ready for a career, whether it's working at Toyota, Nissan, or wherever. Amazon.
I'm concerned that, I know my clientele. And I do know that where we are right now is, it is because all of what we're doing is going to purport the behavior that supports this. And I want it to be within reach and appropriate for the whole of what I'm dealing with. And I'm not just talking about me, I'm talking about when we look at the state of Mississippi. I think kind of, as Mr. Brown was saying, where we are right now, the 18, the 22, and just in that vein, it speaks to definitely, and me knowing I've got some 15ers and some, not all of that, but there is a reasonable degree of success with certain students that can meet the benchmark, going or not going to college. And I can't sit here and act as if I got a different group. I got the group I got. And it's a feat for many of them to be even able to see the 18 and the 22 and those kinds of things. And so I just want to say that and stop talking. I want to say, and I always speak from my own personal experiences. I have one daughter who was over here. We talking this side. I got one right now that's a junior that's right there on that .25. And if I can get her, I'm pushing, I'm doing it. And that's why I be having a problem with that low expectation. If I get her to that .5, I deserve Parent of the Year. If I can get her right there, she ain't getting that one. But I'm doing everything I can, I'm pushing, I'm providing every resource. If I get her to that .5, that's not low expectation. That's just me maximizing where she is. My son is gonna be over there. My oldest daughter was over there. My middle one, I don't know, my genes must have skipped. But I'm trying to get her to that .5. And I'm struggling to do it. But we got, and it's just more, it's more like that though. But it's not a low expectation, it's just the reality of that's just where some kids are. But
Sometimes
we working hard to just get them there, and that's why I had a problem with the all or nothing. Because every child is working, these kids are working their butts off. And we're not getting anything for accountability wise to say, school district teachers, y'all work to just get them there. So I'm in favor of this, and I'm gonna keep pushing because I know that the reality is we got a lot of kids that we're squeezing everything we can out of them. They're giving us their best, and they may only fall right there. But that don't mean they don't have a chance to still be productive citizens and contribute to society. And so that's what I'm looking at, productive and contribute to society. And I think this is more in line with what we really see, in reality of what we see in our schools.
The 25 super scores of 1, that's what you're saying? You're in favor of that one right there?
No, I'm saying the whole,
Oh, yeah.
even the work, the bronze and the 15, that's just the reality of what some kids are. You know, I don't think it's a low expectation. It's just the reality of where some kids are, that's just where they're gonna fall.
Well, I think, to your point, I think you brought this up earlier, if we think there's value in those scores, we should include them in the model. The standard setting is gonna take care of itself as far as who's the, you know, putting out everybody else. But if we think there's value for a child in those numbers, I'm with you. I think we leave them and let the standard setting take care of it.
Where are you on what should be a 1? Where are you on what should be a 1?
Okay.
I got kids in my district that's gonna get a 1. I got some that's gonna fall there. I got a great number that's gonna fall over here, so I'm really not against 25. I mean, I don't see very many that get that, but I'm not saying that I'm against that level.
So where we came up with where we have the 25 super score and the 1. So first of all, we want to recognize exemplary performance in this model, not just satisfactory performance. So this is exemplary performance. Platinum on the ACT aligns to a 25 and some change on math, 27 on reading and English, I believe. 25.7 on math, ACT readings 27.2, ACT English is 27.8. We went with the low end of that, which was the 25. That's why there's 25 there.
Which we've discovered is also comparable to a 1200 SAT.
Yeah. And so we're trying to, like I say, establish a high level of performance.
So I guess the other thing that we haven't talked about is if we want to use or have this other option of using the and or, then what does that even look like on the two extremes? Can we even come up with something that makes sense on the two extremes for that?
So
We've already got an and or, you got the ACT or the work keys.
No, I'm talking about the sub-score. I mean, changing the super score to and ors.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So I think, here's my read of the conversation so far. I think we've been exploring this idea about whether this differentiation is still a goal. And I think we came back to the point where most of you think it is still important. And it seems to me like the trade-off, when I say differentiation, is that do you provide some points for along the way performance, or do you just continue to put the most prized outcome and make that the feature in the model. I see the trade-off here from a policy or principle standpoint is you're providing 0.75, most of the points for meeting this most meaningful benchmark, but there's also a reach standard to hopefully students who are doing well to do even better. And the trade-off is, but we're also trying to differentiate for students who are trying to meet that really important 0.75 threshold. So I feel like we got a primary recommendation already tethered to super scores. So I've sort of got that in the books. And I just kind of want to go back and see, do we still want to try to differentiate these component or test scores? And some different models. Ryan gave us an idea based on mostly configuring the conjunctive versus disjunctive, the ors and the ands. And I think that's one way to approach it. Alan just shared with us, I think, something very an insightful way to think about doing this at the 1 level, which is that you could do a 25 math, 27 English, because that's comparable to the platinum. Again, it's a reach standard, you might say. I don't like the and, I prefer the or. That's, so we're here to discuss this. Or you may say that you really want to tether your recommendations to the super scores and not go this route at all, in which case all out of the...
What are we saying on the 0.5 super score?
0.5 was
17. Wasn't significance in 17?
Well, it's the graduation option number.
Okay.
and comparable to a 920.
So, back to y'all's point, would y'all want, and I think Bradley asked this, would y'all want to break up the extremes or keep it as it is? I guess that's, if we did, you know,
I like the extremes
I like the
personally.
extremes.
I think on the .75, leave it like that and say or 20 super score. Somebody won't say it was confusing that way. We've been dealing with confusing for years now. I don't think it's that big a deal. I mean, we calculated just fine. But that's just me.
We have the recommendation already that super scores are preference of the task force. So I'm not, none of that's gonna change the way this reflected in the meeting notes. I just thought having a little more guidance on these component scores would be useful in case the department or the board or any other unit says they're not gonna go that route.
but it sounds like there's some change
Well, the state
from the
average,
recommendation.
and we gotta remember what our state average is and what the national average is, that's really hard to get that 1 point for a lot of kids in our state. So our state average is what, 17.7? Right? National average is 19.
It would be a new, standard setting is gonna happen, so like if it's a new thing, like, yes, it's hard to get to 25 for a lot of students, but you're also getting value for students along the way that we've never had before in this. You know, like the bronze, you mentioned, what's that worth? I mean, we obviously try to get our kids to score better than that, but based off of what ACT will tell you, study they did, a student with, or a person with a bronze compared to a person without anything makes 33% more money. That's what ACT, not saying that's true, I'm just saying that's what ACT sells.
There's some employers that will take a bronze.
Right. So there's value to it, so.
Well, we mentioned 2 on the 25, it kind of being on the lower end of equivalent to the 1200 SAT. I guess to Christie's point as well, even if you met the subscore college career readiness benchmarks, it may not mean you're automatically guaranteed success. ACT, though, does put some significance on a 25 ACT from the standpoint, if you read a lot of their literature, that's where they talk about incentivizing students to have 25 plus clubs. Then another milestone for ACT is a 30. And so I guess 25 overall as a composite does have some significance. It's meaning you are maybe a little bit more ready based even on ACTs what they have. So
I think we, again, I never want to try to push us too hard here. I think we may be at a place where we've gotten as far in the recommendations as we could get on the assessment thing here. I've got your primary recommendations on the sub-scores, super scores, I keep speaking there. We've set candidate super scores, and again, we've talked about some different alternatives here, but I hear people say you want to leave the differentiation. There seems to be more of a voice that those extremes are set about right. And frankly, that 0.5 and 0.75 are at meaningful thresholds right now. 0.75 for sure. So I'm just wondering, is there anything else we can advance in this conversation on this particular, I'm going to call it sort of the secondary recommendation?
Because the primary recommendation is straight sub-scores.
Super scores.
Super scores.
Yeah.
But is that still the case? Like if we re-voted, it sounds like the vote may go, keep it more like that.
Okay, thanks for
I
saying
don't
that.
know, I'm asking.
Yeah.
And just leave it
Just
with
listening.
mixed things. Leave it with mixed.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to revisit the primary recommendation to have super scores and go back to having a mixed?
All right, so let me ask you about the .75 category. All right, right now, as it is right now, 18 English or 22 in reading and 22 in math. I have to hit both of those to get the full .75. If I don't hit both of those, I don't get any of the .75. I go down a level, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, unless you have Workey's Gold or
Right,
1050 on SAT.
Right, okay.
We shouldn't be taking all 4 tests.
Which is the equivalent to the 1 in the achievement factor.
Right now.
And it is full credit right now.
Correct.
and it's the college pitch one. Now, if we're gonna do this one, I'm gonna go back to what I said
Can
when
we
I
break
first
out
saw
the
it.
half?
Please add reading
Yeah.
to the .5. Reading needs to be in there, as well as English. A 17 in English or reading and math. That's what it should
Should be
say.
17 or 19.
19, I think it's 19.
Now, I think we were saying 19 in the
Yeah.
math, just because it
Yeah.
aligns with
It aligns with
19.
Okay. Yeah.
remedial
Right.
minimums.
19 makes sense. That's currently what's on the academic endorsement.
So it'd be a 17 in English or 19 in reading, and then a 19 in math, right?
Okay, so, we're making progress, we're good. So we have two things on the table. We have super scores across the board as sort of option one. We may end up with 10 options, I don't know. Super scores across the board is option one, and those super scores from our previous conversation are 15, 17, 20, and 25. Option two, have this mixed approach amended by changing the .5 cell so that it's a 17 English or reading, and math goes to 19. I'm just listening to this last conversation. So you get a little flexibility on one hand and a little dial it up on the other. So option two is keep it mixed, make that tweak to the .5 cell.
Was that 17 English and 17 reading, or
There's an
17
or
reading,
and an and.
17
Yeah, so
and
the,
19?
you said it right, yeah.
Right,
The 17 is an or. You can get it from English or reading, and the math, and whatever you come out of that with has to be paired with a math of 19.
You're saying 19.
But 17
Yeah,
and
the
19.
17 in
We
English
want
or
19.
19 in reading.
That's,
Not 17.
And 19.
19.
Right,
and a 19 in math.
right.
I'm gonna say that again. 17 in English or 19 in reading,
Yes.
that's part one, and a 19 in math, that's part two.
That's what, and, yeah, that's what I was.
Yes.
Thank you for pushing me on that. So, option two is what you see changed by what we just talked about. Are you leaning towards option one or option two?
Say again, what option one is.
Option one is super scores in every cell, and those super, for
15,
ACT,
17,
and those super scores would be 15, 17, 20, and 25. Option two is what you see up there, except the .5 cell is changed to be 17 English or 19 reading and 19 math.
All right. If somebody scores a 17 in English, 19 in reading, 19 in math, their super score is going to be
17 at least.
at least
Right.
17. I guess it is possible to have a 19 in reading
That's right.
and a 13 in English or something like that. But
Yes.
But they also have a chance to do better in science since we're keeping
Yeah.
science and.
Well, what I heard in our conversation, though, was the super scores were initially attractive because of their clarity, the simplicity.
The way they
But then
align
there
to
were
the
some,
SAT,
I think, persuasive counters to that, saying, is that any way backing off of meaningful thresholds? And that call, and then people said, is whatever we're gaining through simplicity worth that? And that's why we're now looking at this option two. So I think we ought to just keep that principle in mind as you think about what you prefer.
reality is I can have a 17 super score and still have to take remedial English or remedial math. That's the only thing that I see as a drawback.
Really comes down to what our purpose is. Do we feel confident that the achievement is measuring the student's ability to be ready for college, since it aligns perfectly with that? Obviously, it has some other features that go into those endorsements, but, and is this built for more, financial aid and, as Alan pointed out, with, full credit, excellence, or whatever. But again, if you want me to, I think that numerically, I would guess it's relatively close. To be honest, as far as data. That's just a guess. I haven't seen it, but look, because you're kind of making 7.5 a little harder, making 0.75 a little easier. There you go.
Well, I'm usually reluctant to do this, but let's do a show of hands here. Before you raise hands, I'm gonna say them again. Option 1 is the super scores, 15, 17, 20, 25. Option 2 is what you see up there, amending the 0.5 cell so that it's 17 English or 19 reading and math 19. So please raise your hand if you support option 1, the super score model. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And please raise your hand if you support option 2, the mixed model. We'll call it 1, 2, 3. And it looks like we got some abstentions in there. All right, well, the good news is we have a recommendation, and we also, if the super scores for some reason don't move forward, we also have your voice on what that would look like. So that's a real accomplishment. So thank you for that. We're not quite out of readiness, but I feel like this would be a good time to pause for a break. Please. All right, we are making progress. We're a little behind, but we're making progress, and maybe we'll catch up in some of the later topics. But we've made recommendations related to the assessment thresholds and related to the overall point distributions. And a couple of things we haven't gotten to yet is well, let me say this could be minor, so maybe I'll deal with this and see if we can check it off quickly. Expressing the points as percentages, is that more clear than, again, the alternatives would be, because this is 50 points, like you'd see a 50 instead of a 1, you'd see what's 75% of 50, like 38 or something like that, instead of a 0.75. Do you like the percentages, or would you prefer point values? You don't have a preference, you don't have to say anything, it's fine.
Spreadsheet takes care of it.
What's that?
Spreadsheet takes care of it.
I think something out of 1 makes more sense.
Okay.
I think it was brought up last time about communicating that, I believe. So I think that's probably why Alan thought we needed to change that. But
Yeah, I think I trust Alan's instincts on everything, including what resonates in communicating about accountability. So that's good. I might regret bringing this up, but we should inspect the points themselves and ask if that's calibrated correctly. So you might ask yourself, is 0.75 the right threshold? Is 0.5 the right threshold? Is 0.25? So for example, there was a number of comments where we said, is an ACT of 15 meaningful? If to the extent that we feel it's not, are we awarding too many points by giving it a quarter point? Should it be 0.1? Should it be something else? And if you want to roll into that, as you think about that, you might ask yourself, am I comfortable with 4 levels, or should there be fewer levels? So again, I don't want to plow up ground that we thought was already seeded, but I want to put that out there. Christine?
Thanks for putting that out there, Chris. I guess I wish Lawrence was here, because I'm going to reference him, but his comments that he was making about trying to get his daughter to that next level are very valid, and yes, he probably should win Father of the Year for that. I'm concerned about it on the other end, where we're looking at, oh, they got the 0.5, getting a half a point for it already. I'm fine with that, and not pushing a little bit further. And so incentivizing a bronze, which perhaps somebody might get a job with, doesn't seem like the right thing in an accountability system. We want to push them to do a little bit more or better. So allowing schools or districts to just be okay with earning a quarter of a point just doesn't sit right with me for those students when that student might be capable of more. And maybe the school's like, fine, we'll just take it at a quarter of a point. I don't need to push or move to that higher level. So I would be interested in either lowering point values for those outcomes that really aren't as meaningful to students, and schools shouldn't be that highly rewarded for those outcomes, and either look at it for more nominal points or removing that category together and just do a third for points or something. It just doesn't seem right to me to reward credit for some of the outcomes we have listed out here.
To say, first of all, I can speak for my district, we're not gonna be okay with the bronze. Like, we're gonna continue to push. We're not okay with the silver. Like, we push for gold for our kids that are going to the workforce. So that's not an issue we're not gonna be satisfied and content. Like, we got a quarter, we'll stop pushing. We're not gonna do that. So, you know, for some students that few that we do have, that bronze may be the best that they can get. You know, after all the pushing, if they get a quarter of a point, I mean, at least they got something. There is a possibility on the work keys to not get a credential at all. You can score less than a bronze, so that would be 0 points. So that's my 2 cents.
And to add to that, just want to make sure everyone knows that a kid can score platinum in 2 categories, and if they score a bronze in one, the score is a bronze.
Right.
Overall.
That's true.
Which is so unfair.
So that's good.
So everybody has said, and I'm positive, it doesn't surprise me because this is a room full of very very professional, motivated educators here, that they wouldn't be satisfied, wouldn't ask a student to be satisfied with a 15. You want to continue to push for more. Does that inspire us to change that point value from 0.25 to something lower, so that there is more of an incentive to keep pushing?
I'm telling you, the motivation may not be right. The motivation may not be for the child, just being honest, the motivation may not be for the child. There's not a district out of 144 districts that's not pushing to scratch every single quarter, half point, whatever they can find. I don't see that being a problem.
This model is more challenging than the current CCR.
Yes.
I mean, to be honest with you, like it's asking more out of kids because of what Alan
You're gonna have
did
kids
on number
now
one
that are
right
getting
there.
the full point. You got kids now that are getting the full point on the CCR that are not gonna get it on this new one.
Yeah.
A lot.
I'm gonna be honest, like our last CCR slide from August, the one that we changed to, with the current CCR, like we just, with it, and then with this one, we just reduced points for everybody.
Right.
I'm pretty confident from what we had at the last meeting. So from a point standpoint, we just like made it harder. And then, and that's a challenging standpoint. And then the truth is too, for the student level, I mean, again, we go to personal, student, like, the 29, like the MESG, like I don't care that my daughter, right now has a 25, like our goal is 29, because I really will need that money off. And so, that's not going to change motivation and all that. So I think this is more challenging, to be honest with you. Like I'm a little concerned, I actually can't wait to go back and run this because this is challenging.
Yeah.
All right.
It is a time to raise the bar on that.
Yeah.
Because you set expectation,
Yeah. Yeah.
Underrated part.
I mean, because it's a reset happening anyway. Like, to be honest with you, all of us are going backwards from points.
Right.
Like whether the points change or not, it's about to be harder to be the same letter grade you are. Let's just call a spade when we get to this next phase of things. And so that is
It will by design.
What now?
Yeah, it will by design, yeah.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, so, you know, we might as well do what's right and figure it out how it affects each district. You just have to evaluate each student, you know, at the student level. But we're all in a way going backwards, and we got to start working forward.
And
It's
do
just
we
the
think-
reality.
Do we think that setting this more rigorous standard around the ACT would help us with the legislators in convincing them that maybe the ACT is not the overall model? I think that could also be helpful in them seeing that we're raising the rigor with the ACT in another way, maybe? I don't know.
Who knows what this is?
Yeah, well, asked and answered. Fair enough. But obviously we're trying to thread a needle here where we want to reward incremental progress, but we never want to be satisfied with the lower rungs of the ladder. We want students to continue to ascend the ladder. And so I respect your advice on all this. Yep.
So Alan, you had mentioned earlier about on the ASVAB, just trying to think about thresholds, not as familiar with that assessment. You mentioned the 31 would indicate the minimum to get in the Army. So what about the 40 to 65 and 90? Kind of what is that suggesting then? How did we come up with those particular?
Well, that's a good question. I believe there's some information about how those line up with these other assessments.
It's different branches allow you with the higher scores. So the Marines have a higher
That's true.
entry requirement than the Army
I'm
does.
sure there's a number they're looking for who they recruit harder too.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about the SVAB. I do think this would be something that would be worth further scrutiny, but quick searches reveal that, yeah, the branches do have different thresholds, but none of them are that rigorous. Army SC is 31, Air Force is 36, Coast Guard 36, Navy 35. These roughly, from my understanding, correspond to percentiles. So about, yeah, so you're gonna, that 31 is gonna be about at the 31st percentile, meaning that about 70% of students would achieve it. That 90 is gonna be at about the 90th percentile. But.
And there's some existing concordance tables out there regarding the AFQT, which is your overall score on this ASVAB, versus ACT and SAT. Wyoming uses these concordance tables, and these kind of match up with those concordance tables.
So in particular, initial box, although there may be some question about the value potentially of LeBron's work keys, there may be some value though in having a 31 on the ASVAB, potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why we put the 31 there, because it's minimum score for entry.
But I made a note that we should continue to look for sources of evidence to make sure those are calibrated right. Let me see what else we need to talk about with college career readiness. Is there anything more to say about the diploma requirements? Now we're in this, back to this.
I do have a question on that.
Yes.
So the 1 point category, obviously distinguished academic endorsement gets you the full point. A CTE endorsement with equivalent distinguished measures, is that not essentially a distinguished endorsement? That's just gonna be the ambiguous thing. What's equivalent distinguished measures mean? I get a CTE endorsement.
No, your question is valid. We have not established those, although we would expect that they would be similar to the distinguished academic endorsement requirements, except it would be the JROTC endorsement, which, is Wendy still on the right? We're still working on that endorsement, right?
Which one? No, it's done.
It's done, okay. JRTC.
Students can get it this year.
Okay.
So make sure I'm reading this right. The CTE endorsement, is that a standalone? Or does that have to have the equivalent distinguished measures also? Because CTE endorsement's in the .75 category.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it would have to have similar distinguished endorsements.
So you're saying that the ROTC is finished.
Yes.
Now we're talking about a distinguished ROTC in essence.
Well, it's not. There's not, the way it works is there's an academic, and then there's a CTE or JROTC endorsement. And it's named that, but JROTC is not under the CTE umbrella. That's why we named it that way.
Right.
All right. But then there's the distinguished. And I think part of the conversation needs to be, students have and can earn a distinguished academic as well as a CTE, as well as a JROTC.
Right.
I mean, that does happen.
Yeah.
In MSIS, you can mark multiple.
Right.
It used to be just two, but now with JROTC being added, it
Right.
technically could be three.
But basically, you could just put distinguished in that last column, and that's all you need to put. Is that, if I'm reading that correctly?
Last time, I wrote down that what we added to the CTE endorsement to get it to the full credit line was up in the credits 26 to 28, which matches distinguished, the 2.5 GPA to 3, which matches distinguished, but we didn't change the ACT requirement, but we changed work keys, since this is a CTE thing, silver to gold.
Yeah, that just needs to be clearly stated.
It was in the last.
Right, otherwise, it's just distinguished, and that's.
Yeah, you're right, it'll have to be spelled out in business rules. But that was, the intent was to recognize all of those different pathways.
Right.
So, may I ask you?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to be just listening.
No, we appreciate your input. Go for it. Yeah.
So my question, I guess, is what does that look like if a student does in fact get a distinguished academic endorsement, and while they're doing that, they also get a, just say, CTE endorsement? How would that be reflected in this new model?
It would be in that.
Just be a full
last
point.
box.
I calculated it as
So
a
you
1.
point
I
this
ran it,
out,
yeah.
okay.
Right. The question is, if I have a CTE endorsement and I have 28 credits and I have
3.0 GPA.
3.0 GPA, does that get me a full point also?
And.
Well,
you have to have
we
gold
added,
work
yeah, gold
points.
on
Gold on work, does that
would
get me
you
the
a
full
full
point?
That would get you a full point.
Okay, so how is that being accounted for though? If that's not actually its own route, as in when we're going to put the data in the model, is somehow there's gonna be a way that those kids are caught.
I guess Deborah's gonna pull it with codes, and then I just went in and pulled it with my codes.
Deborah's just, Deborah's gonna,
Code's gonna pull
Got the
it.
match.
yeah.
That's how it's gonna have to be.
But something you said, you like maybe wonder those, you were talking about GPAs and all that, you know, like that is brand new to
Right.
NSYS 2.0 this year. So like, we've never collected GPAs before.
Right.
So that's, you know, something we're really gonna have to work with the vendors and the districts to make sure, are we getting weighted, unweighted, you know, like all the different variations. of
That's when you
GPA.
bringing the endorsements into this, muddies the water pretty good.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back and see where we were last time on this. I just pulling up, this is our materials from last time. And it's this cell here that we were,
Yeah.
we said work East Gold, GPA 3.0, 28 credits.
And that's pretty close to your question, like to the distinguished, like it's like the ACT, we're not requiring the ACT. We all know if they scored gold, they probably had the ACT, a lot of them did. But, and then we're not requiring, you know, the AP part of it. Does that make sense? So
Right.
there's a few differences on the
Right.
academic side.
It needs to have some sort of
Yeah.
distinguishing factor. Otherwise, it's just distinguished.
In JROTC, what if that endorsement would have what other distinguishing factors?
say 28 credits, and I don't know if you
3.0
want,
GPA.
I don't know if you want to put that, I don't know about the ASVAB score. You're doing a work key
Oh,
score
sure.
here, do you want the ASVAB
Yeah,
score?
that would probably be what would happen.
Let me just say, JROTC endorsement is basically the only difference in a college being able to obtain that endorsement is that they have to have 4 years of JROTC, whereas a student who earns a CTE has 4 credits, which is a program of study of CTE. Okay, but a JROTC student can meet that qualification if they take an AP class that they're successful in, if they take a dual credit class that they're successful in, just like the CTE student. So NOCTI is the exam that was added to the options, but just because they JROTC doesn't mean they have to take NOCTI. They are still eligible with any of those options. Does that make sense? So the biggest difference is the 4 credits of JROTC versus the 4 credits of CTE.
I like where y'all are headed. Instead of, let's just keep it the same except for change the work keys requirement to be the ASVAB score that is equivalent to gold. Right, for the JRTC enhanced endorsement.
Which our placeholder right now is 50 for that.
How do we,
Wouldn't that make sense?
how do we already track the fact that a kid gets, as far as interest or whatever else, gets a distinguished endorsement?
We don't.
We don't. There's none of that now. So that's just district.
You do?
Well, it's,
We collect
Yeah.
the fact that they got the distinguished. What we're not doing is checking the credits, checking the GPA,
Verify.
because
Yeah.
those are highly, the GPA is district dependent on how it's calculated. The credits, we could track through courses that they've taken in Mississippi, but what happens when you give you can give credits for like out-of-state transfers and stuff like that, that's not part of our student information system, so, like, that's up to the districts to ensure that they're meeting those requirements to award the distinguished, and then we collect, you know, the fact that that was awarded.
You're just basing it off of the district marks that they got a distinguished
Yeah.
endorsement, not. I
So
mean,
it's
the
really the
districts are-
verification of the data that that's accurate is what we're talking about.
Right.
Otherwise, and I guess the other question of that is, what if it's a mixed bag? What if a kid, as in, what if a kid has the 3.0 GPA, the number of credits, took a dual enrollment class, but made the ACT or something, but got the JROTC endorsement? You see what I'm saying? What if it's a mixed bag across? Is there a possibility of meeting some qualifications for distinguished and/or CTE and/or JROTC? And is that acceptable? And that may not be a scenario that works. You see what I'm saying? Like, you get parts of each one of those endorsements, but not a completion of any 3. Is
So-
that possible?
To my understanding,
Yeah.
we're only concerned about the distinguished cell. And we're not concerned about the distinguished academic endorsement because it has all the criteria that are bundled into getting the endorsement. I think what the task force is now lingering on is career technical and JRTC endorsements, and I'm not even sure this was right, but to my understanding, don't have the same level of additional measures associated with assessments or GPA. I'm looking at you, Wendy, is that right? So is there, for example, so there's not a career with distinguished, right? There's only a career technical endorsement.
Correct.
And so what we're trying to do is essentially kind of invent a career distinguished level. And we're doing that by saying we're going to create comparable markers that are with the distinguished academic, which is the GPA of 3.0, a work keys of gold, and a 28 credit requirement. And then on the JRTC side, you'd say same thing, except you'd swap out work keys with ASVAB, and you'd come up with a threshold there. So the whole idea is that you can't take, we're not satisfied only having distinguished academic in that full point cell. So we want to come up with something comparable in the career and JRTC world that looks like that distinguished academic.
So y'all are creating another endorsement?
No,
We're creating additional criteria that
get
would
That's
be,
gonna be another endorsement.
no, you're creating it to get the full point accountability wise.
But if the child gets distinguished academic and gets CTE, they're still gonna get the one.
Right, the kid that doesn't get distinguished, that
They're
gets
gonna
the,
get the CTE.
that gets the CTE, all right? We're saying that all CTE graduates can't get the full point.
Why are we not valuing it as a diploma then?
What's that?
I mean, it's an endorsement, I think
Right, a CTE endorsement should have
the same value.
the same value as a distinguished endorsement.
It has the same value as an academic endorsement, it's 26 credits, and they're lined up, they were developed to be a CTE or an academic. Distinguished is above that.
Right, that's how it is.
What we're thinking is if the accountability model has a completely different definition for an endorsement that does not exist in the handbook, in the appendices that we gave you, then essentially you are creating a new endorsement.
Right, what I'm saying is, you're saying it has to be distinguished to get a full point. That's exactly what you're saying. You have to have a distinguished endorsement to get a full point in the accountability model.
And that student can, or, I mean, they may or may not also meet the criteria
Right.
of CTE, JROTC. Some may not, but distinguished is distinguished.
My point is, on the 1 point category, take everything out, just put distinguished if that's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, yes, exactly.
Yeah, because if you do a CTE distinguished, a JROTC distinguished, that changes what the actual definition of it is for the .75, that we have just created another version of
Right.
a diploma.
We're not arguing about that. I'm just saying, when you put distinguished, and that's the only way you get a full point, you're gonna have a lot of folks in the state, like, good grief. And you gotta have a distinguished endorsement to get the full value there. That's the only thing.
so I guess the question is, will, if you just take out that last cell, just say distinguished academic, get you 1 point, that's the only way to get to the 1 point. Will people say, that's not parallel? We don't feel like that's providing a similar option for students on a career or military track.
I think our point was, it felt like we were devaluing
Right.
curriculum education if there was not a way.
Career and tech student on that trajectory is probably not pursuing the distinguished side of it too.
Well, and I have to disagree that a measurement and accountability system necessarily creates a separate endorsement for graduation. It recognizes achievements that the student makes in addition to an endorsement and gives credit for that, but that doesn't necessarily create an additional endorsement.
It's just explaining to people in business, or whatever, explaining to our people, they understood it completely. The difference, I think that was wrong at all.
All right, so I think it sounds like we're at a decision point here. Is there support for only recognizing distinguished academic endorsement as the full point accomplishment in the achievement category? That's option 1. Or you want to keep it like it is and say there is a way for students who earn career technical or JROTC endorsement to reach the full point by having additional accomplishments. And those, I think on the table are 3.0 GPA, either the gold word keys or the 50 ASVAB, and the 28 earned credits. That's option 2. And we'll be careful with our language to not call that an endorsement. We'll call that the CTE enhanced. Yeah, CTE criteria to get the full point.
Going back to what Matt said, what if it just says distinguished? And the criteria are AV class, no enrollment class, gold on the work keys, and what was I missing? JROTC, whatever, and that's it. You just meet the criteria, you are distinguished, period.
One of our design ambitions from the go here was to honor those endorsements.
Yeah.
To say those endorsements should matter. We want people to be focused on them.
There's really only one thing different. The credit stays the same. GPA stays the same. It's just whether or not you got the AP class, the what? Word key score or the.
The IHL electives, what do that? Or they,
Oh, okay.
or they.
I'm talking about for distinguishment.
Well, I was just differing between our enhanced version and school distinguished. That was back to Matt's original question.
All right, like if you do distinguished, you have to get those IHL, like the CTE endorsement student. It's probably not pursuing those.
This is a different stream, but, so we're talking about ASVAB and making that a requirement for the distinguished. And going back to making sure that it's meaningful to the student, kids have to be 17 for that to be a qualifying score for entering the military. So are we gonna make sure that kids that are taking it are at least 17? And then something Ryan said earlier about all kids are gonna end up taking it. How are we going to operationalize that in high schools? Are they gonna have to go to a recruiting center? Are you bringing it into the classroom? And how are we gonna collect the data and information from the Department of Defense on those scores? I'm trying to really understand if we're going to be implementing this, how it's gonna be operationalized and used in a way that's gonna help kids. So. Brian, what's your point?
Well, no, I was just stating that, like, I don't have the intention for every student to take ASVAB, but I'm just telling you, if that comes into fruition, I would very well guess that every student in the state within 2 years take ASVAB, work keys, and ACT. That was my, that was
I
my
think
point.
your definition is pretty good. But I guess that's what I'm kind of.
Military recruiter full of. If the 17 years old is the deal, it's gonna be given to seniors.
Juniors or
Because
seniors.
you got juniors that aren't 17. Some are, some are not.
I mean, they can take it when they're younger, but it won't.
I don't remember, I mean, I took the ASVAB. I think every one of my classmates did back in the day. I don't know what happened. I mean, it used to be, I thought it was mandatory back when I was in high school. I know it's not now.
And then, yeah, and then how are we gonna get the scores?
Good question.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Because we can sort of always.
I don't know this, I don't know the inside world either here. Yeah.
And I think, and it's important, because if we do start making policy recommendations to the board and the department, we should be sure we know how to operationalize it before we.
Alan, have they reached out to
My understanding is that the Department of Defense does not release that data.
Oh, wow.
But I have talked to a couple of recruiters that said that they would do whatever is necessary to make sure that we can incorporate ASVAB into the accountability system.
And just as an awareness, you probably got called by recruiters all the time. So if we are now administering this to every single kid, you are going to get. Yeah. And not that that's a bad thing for our country. Just saying, like, with each action, there's a lot of other things that happen.
So we probably won't be able to solve that in this task force meeting, but what I've done, no, this is, I don't mean to diminish that. These are massively important points. And so what I'll recommend is, I've just made notes of 2 offline work streams that need to take priority. One is some implementation research regarding how students will access the assessment, how those, whether and how those scores will be shared. My thought is, I don't think we take it off of our recommendations because of these uncertainties, but we acknowledge that those uncertainties have to be addressed if we're going to continue with them, if that makes sense. And the second is, it does sound like we need some more close-in work that we probably need to take outside of this task force for a number of reasons, not least of which is we just don't have enough real estate on our agenda today, on the distinguished measures on those career and JRTC. I think we have some candidate criteria. I've read those out a few times now, but I think some additional research outside this group in close collaboration with all of our colleagues that have deep knowledge of the career and military endorsements will benefit our recommendations, so.
So Christie, just practical way that I've seen ASVAB implemented now prior to it being in the model, just through my own child's school, is it's more of the students in ROTC, they are taking the assessment, and then other students are provided the opportunity to opt in. And so, if there were students, if we put it in the model where there would be concerns about interactions then with recruiters, et cetera, you could have kids opting out. Because you can even, like the junior ACT that's coming up that the state's paying for here in February and March, our students are offered the opportunity, but if they don't show up to take it, they can technically opt out as well. So,
Yeah, I understand that. It's just,
So I'm assuming that unless your recommendation is that only a distinguished academic endorsement can get the full point, that the additional work to come up with those equivalent measures needs to happen. So that's what I'm going to note here in our records. And then I've also, as I mentioned, I'm noting that more work on implementation of ASVAB, AFQT is needed. But otherwise, I think our general policy recommendations are intact. So I have one more thing that I'd like to address, which is something I said early on, but a few people raised their eyebrows, but we never got back to the fractional weighting. Do you have feedback about our proposal to eliminate the fractional weighting?
I wanted to know, I was waiting on that conversation because I wanted to get a good understanding of exactly what you mean and what impact will we see. Are we saying that students, no matter how many dual credit courses you take, you just go in the numerator one time? That's it. No,
That's what the thing is. My question would be, say I take 3 dual credit courses. I make a B in one, an A in one, and a D in another.
That's what I think.
You know, the D is not supposed to give me any value. The A and the B does. Where do I count? I just get the 1 still? If I take 3 courses.
This is only saying 1 course is the same weight as 10.
Yeah.
So, okay, so.
In that scenario, if I take 3 and I make a D in 2 of them and a B in 1,
You still get the point.
point. That's the question.
So for participation, students would only count once, regardless of how many accelerated
Right.
courses or programs they participate in. So participation in acceleration would accurately then reflect the percentage of students that are participating in accelerated
Right.
courses, which right now it doesn't because there's added weighting. On the performance side, each attempt goes in.
Right.
So of those students participating in accelerated measures, what percentage, well, it's not of students, but of accelerated programs, I should say, that students are participating in, what percentage of those are successful in earning a post-secondary credential?
So if I take the 3
I'm winning there 3
participation,
times.
I'm just the 1, but it's still, I won't go in as 1.2 and 3 on the other side. It will go in as 1 and it still go in at 3 on the performance side.
It'd be 3 different instances.
So in that case, that's where those 2 Ds will start to show up.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
on the performance side, you were getting fractional value there too. You
There
were.
was some additional fractional.
If I took 3, it'd be 3.2 over 3.
Right.
Is that one away too?
If you were successful.
Right.
Yeah.
So right now it would be 3 over 3?
Right.
You're taking fractional
So the
completely out of
proposal is
performance and
to
participation.
remove
Both
the
sides.
fractional weighting
Both sides.
on both sides. Yeah. With the positive of that being a more accurate measure of actual participation and performance and reduced confusion about how to calculate those measures. That's the positive intent, although we realize that would reduce scores.
And just a question for clarity, was it ever capped, so if a kid took 10, okay.
No, that was not capped.
Not, and also you have like, in the CTE side of things, you have automotive Automotive has 10 industry certifications.
That was another concern, is that depending on the programs that your students are participating in, some students would count more heavily because of there's multiple opportunities to take an industry certification, like you mentioned, in automotive programs, versus a student that participates in some other industry certification program.
But you're still gonna count all 10 of those in the performances.
Yes, they would all be.
They can't get any extra value for it. Like, I'm assuming passing all 10 of those is pretty difficult. So, you know, that extra weight was, and if I got 7 out of 10 of them, you know, I was getting a little extra
I
weight
don't
there.
like being penalized, I don't like that, you know, but okay, if you got students that's not successful for doing this accelerated course, but it kind of balanced out because you got the extra weight for the additional courses. But now it's like, if they're not successful, it turns into more of a penalty for attempting an accelerated course, but, which I'm okay with, but then you did get the additional weight, so it kind of balanced it out. I think this will have more of a negative impact in my opinion, but I don't know overall what it will look like.
It's not truly an accurate measure of their participation. Because if you just participated in one, you get the same credit as somebody who participated in 10. That's not true representation. I'm sorry?
What percent of kids that participated?
Yeah, but it still isn't a true representation like it is now from a point standpoint. So I would argue that we're not doing what we want to do on the participation side, if that's the goal. And then on the performance side,
But is the goal to get more juniors and seniors taking accelerated courses?
this isn't going to do it.
No. Well, I think it could, it just.
The performance, you do this, the performance outweighs the participation so bad, you're going to kill yourself. If you put students in, you can't make it through. You are killing yourself. So this will reduce AP in this district, this state.
Right.
Just telling you what's going to happen.
Because you're only going to enroll kids that are going to get.
Yes, you are.
Who's included in the?
So you're saying, Ryan, because they have multiple opportunities, more students are likely to participate?
We got two factors right now, if we're going to just be honest and call a spade a spade. It's a sliding scale, but with the participation additional weighting and the performance additional weighting, the sliding scale really is like this. So you can take some chances. You especially could when you had the double AP weighting, but now that has made it where it's kind of more like this, the sliding scale. But you also got the 9th and 10th grade free option. Let's just call it what it is. You can put as many 9th and 10th graders in as you want because they can't hurt you. So now participation is such a small fragment of the calculation, since it's just over 1 and there's no additional weighting, and then you're doing it very similar on the performance side, except for each thing is its own. The way I see it, you just drastically made the performance calculation outweigh the participation calculation, where it's no more of a sliding scale, it's a downhill snowball. Could be wrong.
Well, then we just put all kids in the denominator for performance.
So you say you have 3 dual enrollment courses, you're in the numerator and the denominator 3 times?
Yeah. On this side, but not this side. This side is just the 1 and you on the denominator, and it's just the 1 on the numerator no matter what you do. I'd like to play with it. That's just me talking abstractly, and I don't like to do that. But y'all tell me if you think you're seeing it wrong, but I'm seeing it as this would decrease AP in the state at the moment.
And you have big gaps there too. Like, we have very few kids take AP. We can't offer it at the level that larger school districts can. There's a huge, just like CTE, we can't get as many kids in CTE for 2 years as we want to, just because of the availability.
So, Ryan, I think I agree with you on the overweighting. So, to be clear, the participation numerator, those are the only eligible kids that are to be in the denominator for the performance.
Correct.
So,
The exact number goes into it.
right.
Like 1.3 becomes 4.
Right, so the way to change that would to be put in all kids in the denominator of performance as well. And then,
Oh,
How do you do that? They didn't participate.
they didn't take anything.
right, but it shows that there's not.
What if,
They can't
Percent
perform
of
if they're
kids
not
that
able
are
to.
successful in AP.
what if we level?
We're already getting penalized for that.
Unless you participate. Right? So that would incentivize more kids to enroll in AP because the only way they could possibly earn a performance point was to enroll in AP participation.
What if we look at AP as similar to dual credit, and you don't have to have 3 on the AP test, you just have to see an AP?
You're take the performance out of AC altogether.
No, you taught to a grade like you do dual credits.
Class grade?
Yeah. I know, I'm just saying, but that helps me.
Well, that's not what gets them college.
I get it, but I
Do
100%.
we have that big of a
See.
problem in acceleration currently, Mr. Burrow, that we even have
I
to,
can tell
we're
you-
talking about erasing
They
the
have a
confusion.
high AP offering at Oak Grove High School, and their acceleration went down because of
Double.
the, I mean, like, significantly, almost 10 points.
Yeah, so right now, the way the fractional weighting works is even the student only appears in the denominator of performance once if they take multiple courses. But for each success, they get a 0.1 additional boost. So you're sort of
No,
inflate.
they appear in the denominator as many tests or courses they took.
You know, it's each,
It's confusing, it's, you have to really get into the weeds figuring it out, but that's how it works.
it's each testing instance.
So if I took 2 dual enrollment courses,
You're in,
I'm in the denominator twice.
you get a 2.1 if you
And-
pass both of them. If you made a C or better in both of them, you get 2.1.
And if I only pass one of them, I get 1.
Right.
Which is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I was because I'm trying to solve for this, and I'm thinking yet another way to do it, and I don't, I don't know how feasible this is from a data perspective. So Deborah can throw something at me. You could say that the student will only go in the denominator, no matter how many courses you take for performance, the student only goes in the denominator once. But if they hit the performance target on any of those instances, they get credit in the numerator. So I take 3, I hit the performance mark on 1, I get full points.
Kids getting
There you go.
opportunities.
So then the measure becomes, okay, you've got, of your 11th and 12th graders, what percentage participate in an accelerated program? And then those that do participate, what percent of those are successful on at least one measure?
That'll be super easy.
You know, that would be easy.
And then you would enroll them in every single possible one.
Well, then you won't get deemed for,
So fractional weights actually guard against running up the score.
so in your example, a student that took 3 courses, they were successful in 2, they would show as participating and successful.
That's dual credit.
Well, it wouldn't matter.
I'm not thinking about the AP side of things.
Wouldn't matter.
Like obviously it's easier to make the mark on a dual credit course than it is on the AP exam.
But what you're saying, getting that full point, now you're really running up the score.
For those that could offer, those could put kids in AP courses could run it up big time.
But not really with it just being 0.1.
Yeah, so that may be too generous. So maybe the fractional weighting becomes the kind of Goldilocks solution here. That there's, on one hand, I think Ryan's saying he's worried if you take it away, it could de-incentivize participation because people will be worried about the impact on performance. If you do something disjunctive, like what I mentioned, then it could overemphasize participation even for students who are very unprepared.
Right.
Because you're just trying to capitalize on chance. But if you do the fractional weighting, then you guard against some of the negative impact. I don't know. Again, it's not my not my role to decide here, just trying to help set the table for your decisions, but, yeah, just trying to sort of summarize where I think we are.
What was our reason for looking at acceleration? Because I mean, we left the last meeting saying leave it as it is. What was our reasoning for switching it?
That's what my question was, what's the reason now for bringing that back up?
I think this was intended
Did
to
the field
streamline
bring
it a
up
little bit.
concerns with it, or was just y'all trying to make it more in line with the other two
There are two
components?
pieces. One was to reduce questions and confusion around how to calculate it
Okay.
with those fractional points. We do a lot of work to do that. The other is to be more transparent in reporting what it's supposed to measure, which is what percentage of your students are participating in accelerated courses, and of those that are participating, how successful are they in getting post-secondary credits?
To clear up the confusion on how to calculate it, it's very ambiguous in the business rules. Like you need to show like examples in the business rules of that. The way I figured out how it actually was calculated was just taking it,
The sale file and.
right,
Working
and
backwards.
working backwards, yeah. And that's how I finally figured it out. Otherwise, I was confused all the way through. I mean, it was a lot.
I said Ryan sent me his cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Is it something, could we say that the hang up in this is not on the participation side, but on the performance side? Could participation actually be unweighted so that it is a true reflection of the student population that's participating, but we still have added weights on performance?
Is that a change?
That would be a change.
How does that change participation?
Participation right now, if a student participates in multiple courses, they get
It takes the multiple
additional
part out.
decimal points. They get tenth of a point for each additional.
So you're saying just bifurcate them. Participation's a true participation ratio. Performance continues to honor the multiple instances with the fractional weighting in the numerator.
And then I guess the follow-up question would be, do we stay at 50-50 with participation and performance is the other thing, in that it may be something in play if we manipulate one or the other.
Well, and then that's the other question too, is what are we incentivizing? Are we trying to drive
Right.
up enrollment?
Right.
Because if we are, then I would put all students in the performance denominators as well. Because then you would have what percent of kids are successful in advanced courses. So you have to participate in order to demonstrate success, but then it would be the same percentage.
I thought that's what we were talking about. So the numerator from participation is the denominator.
The
Well,
denominator for both of them.
conceptually, but not technically.
No, I'm saying something different. The denominator for participation and performance would be the same. Okay. You get credit for them participating, and then you get credit for them if they're successful. But you can't get credit really for them for being successful unless they're participating. So if you're trying to drive up participation,
I don't see how that works on the fractional weighting though.
it would get rid of your fractional.
Yeah, and I thought that was something we were moving away from.
Well, this is changing it completely.
So we're back to kind of multiple options here. Yeah.
Well, and it depends on what question you want to answer and what you're trying to incentivize.
So right now, I think I see this more clearly now. Right now, it's because it's blended. The participation and performance is blended. We're talking about decoupling them. And so there's multiple ways to decouple.
You know, if you want to incentivize increasing because let's be honest, dual credit, I mean, I don't know what the state statistics are, but over 90 or over make a C or higher. And AP is, no range, I don't know what the state average is, but it's probably, it's closer to a third of that than a half of that probably, or somewhere around that. And so that's what we've always talked about when we had the double weightage and all this thing. But if you want to incentivize it, you got to make it where people aren't punished for taking chances, and the students want to, because the truth is it's college credit either way for the student. So I can, just like debate class, give me a side and I'll argue it and I'll win the debate. We've had that debate across the state for years, like is dual credit better than AP? Is AP better than dual credit? You know, whatever. It's like, sort of like debate class to some level. Everybody, since there's people who probably have a strong stance, just like debate class, but you could argue both sides. But then, so now it comes down to points to some level and what the parents want. And so when it comes to points, you got to find a way to make it where they can't, where they're not punished for taking some chances. But you can't go overboard with, oh, let's throw everybody in there, because now we're not punished at all. Which is why ASVAB is going to increase testing. I'm just going to use that as an example for a second. We don't have a punishment with ASVAB. If you score low on ASVAB, it doesn't matter right now. It's all icing on the cake. That's why every student's going to take it. So it's two choices. You have to make it where it's a punishment or it's tied to something for everybody not to take it. Well, right now, AP is a punishment. That's why people are very strategic.
I don't think everybody's gonna take ASVAB though. Since work piece is already there, everybody's not gonna take ASVAB. I'm not gonna make all mine take ASVAB.
So let's go back to participation. I think there's
You're not either.
two ways to think about it. Check me here, because I want to make sure I honor the way it's currently being done and the way that it could be done. Right now, I think the two ways are, you can either say sort of all eligible for participation. Let's call them non-participants and participants. And it's the sum of those can't exceed the number of enrolled students. It's a 1-for-1. And then the numerator are participants. You can only show up once. That's one way to do it. That's probably the purest way. The second way to do it is you could say in the denominator you got non-participants plus add your participants for each instance in which they participate, in which case you're going higher than your actual enrollment. So if I participate twice, I'm in the denominator twice and the numerator twice. So I'm saying that's option 2. And those two options presumably can play out on the performance side, either with or without fractional weighting. So, if that makes any sense, what's the current way that participation is calculated? Can you be in the denominator multiple times?
So all juniors and seniors are in the denominator.
All juniors and
automatically,
seniors.
okay? And then 9th and 10th graders are only added in the denominator if you look forward to the performance numerator, and if they're going to be in the performance numerator, then you go back and you add them across for those things. So, but otherwise you don't.
It's the 9th and 10th graders that makes the difference.
And then, so each thing, so you get a 1 in the participation numerator for your first thing, and then you get a 0.1 for each additional thing. So a student who participated in 4 things gets 1.4, and those, I'm sorry, 1.3, and then the 1.3 becomes a 4 in the performance denominator. Just translates.
Yeah, right. And 4.3 if they're successful in all of it. In the numerator.
The difference is you only put the 9th and 10th graders in there if they participate.
If they're successful.
If they're successful.
If they're successful.
If they're not successful, they don't go in at all.
So that's where you can take your risks.
Again, and risk-taking early on really is helpful, because if a student can be successful in 9th grade, then they're likely then to be successful later on. They'll have experienced courses that are college, making them more college ready, that they might not have been willing to, or even thought about doing.
Y'all talking about 9th and 10th graders just taking AP, or you talking about dual credit also? Because like, some colleges won't let you, unless you're a junior or senior, take dual credit.
In our district, it's mainly seniors doing dual, just what's on available.
In 9th and 10th grade, you'd have to have an early college program to be able to do that more likely. But there are.
But you're talking about 9th and 10th graders.
Taking dual credit.
But y'all talking about AP.
Yeah.
They're taking AP courses.
All right. So, I mean, the way it's worded recovers the current methodology, which I think I hear the task force saying you would like not to disturb. So it just sort of takes us back where we started on fractional weighting.
Well, I was saying it sounds like there's a possibility that we could remove fractional weighting from participation side, but keep it in performance, based on what I'm hearing.
Is there support for that?
it tells you what percentage of your student body you're taking advanced courses or whatever.
Right.
So
I do like that.
So
I
it's
think there's
kind of-
value in that for our people and for families.
But to Ryan's point, it does not truly show how much they participated.
No.
Like each kid that does participate, it doesn't show how much they participate.
Which when you get the report from AP, when you go to AP Honor Roll School, that's what that is. It's literally the participation, the percentage of kids that are in period, right? They don't get the.
So anybody objects to the removing from fractional weighting from participation, but not performance?
So,
The proposal on the table is remove fractional weighting from participation, leave it in performance.
I may be outvoted, but I like the way it is, but.
Well, when it's reset, everybody's on the same playing field.
It gives a truer sense of your.
Truer sense of what percentage of your student body participates.
So we're back to the kid who participated in 4 things is still a 1.
Right.
In participation, but not.
In participation, but not performance.
So if I participated in 4 things, what am I in the performance denominator under this?
4.
And if I achieve the mark, I'm a 4 in the performance numerator?
4.3.
Fractional weighting stays.
Performance would stay exactly the same. Participation, you just lose all fractional stuff. He's trying to see a sliding scale.
We can't vote on this today, like y'all are expecting that. I can't. There's no way I can give you.
What changed, I'm not in the AP world, so what changed with you guys on the AP world whenever you took away the double value?
Down 15 points, right?
But what, does that change anything that you do?
No.
You're still putting the same number of students in AP courses
Trying to
than
put as many as we
you were.
Trying
So
to
you
actually
are,
increase it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it just change the behavior, if you put more kids in there that may not
This-
be.
The prize for us is not the score, the prize is getting a kid to take that more rigorous course in comparison to the next step. That's the main.
right, all AP's not created equal though. I mean, in terms of the course.
Has anybody looked at that statute that requires that?
Instructional,
Ryan?
it's a
Right.
principal instructional.
Statute that requires that?
But I do, the thing is that they did, anyway, but yeah. We're not.
They had one for June 30th, but I may have just.
Hang on, she's brought up.
No, I just, don't say that. And Ollie will be back in a little while.
Ryan, what idea did you just come up with?
I didn't come up with any idea. But Dr. Bailey for that.
I haven't verified, but someone in the district told me they thought that law had a repealer on it. So
The
it
weight
just.
on the AP.
So let me ask it this way then.
When you
If
made
the
that.
law changes,
Huh?
I do know.
does that affect this
Does it?
decision? This conversation?
It does have a repealer.
Let me just say, that,
But I don't know.
piece of legislation was actually an effort by IHL Community College and K-12 to allow, to get money from the legislature to allow students to qualify to participate in dual credit. And we ended up with like $9 million, and it, basically, any child who qualified could take up to 6 hours of dual credit. But, and so we all agreed on it. But when it passed, there was a sentence in there that said, in your accountability system, you cannot double weight AP. Okay? We got the money 1 year, we did not get the money this year. But the law's still out there. But there is a repealer on it for 2025. So we're still kind of in limbo. And I do want to say this, when we sat here, I don't know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and we talked about AP and double weight, the decision was made, we didn't debate rigor. We're not going to debate that. Because a dual credit teacher who teaches well can have a very rigorous class. And the same can be true for AP. We're not going to argue rigor across the state. The reason that we did it was because it takes double seat time for a student to complete an AP class than it does for them to complete a dual credit class. So a child can take a dual credit class a semester, and the law requires that you give them one part a unit. But that same AP class, they would have to sit in that class for 140 hours. It's 70 hours versus 40 hours. And that is why the decision was made, just for history's sake.
And see, I speak to the rigor piece of it all because I just remember the rigor conversation in here.
The rigor really depends on the teacher in the classroom.
Right, and I get that, but, and the test, and the fact that one had a
Yes,
test.
of course.
I mean, I'm not arguing with you, like, I understand that's a rationale too, but like, where we're disconnected is when I get out, like, and I'm talking about it and feel like I always talk about the rigor piece of it.
But the bottom line is, it really is common sense. I mean,
Because everyone that takes dual credit, almost everyone gets credit, 98% gets credit for it in the model. And at the time, our data showed that of all the others, it was only like 40% or so.
Right.
That were, 40? 38.
All right, I think we've
There's a
reached a place
criteria.
of diminishing returns on this conversation, which is not in any way to be ungrateful to the great information people are bringing to the conversation. But we've made, by my count, like 4 very important decisions. I don't think we're going to be able to wrestle to the ground the fractional weighting piece because it's just intertwined with some other questions that we might need to revisit later. So let's put a pause on that one. And let's go to lunch. We're late for lunch, so can we come back at 1? I know that's not the full hour, but we're way behind. So I would be grateful if we could come back at 1 o'clock.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
What's the criteria to get put in AP? What's the criteria to get put in AP?
That's open enrollment. All you have to do.
That's the difference I see between dual credit.
Any student take a
So participation can be screwed around with there. If it's open enrollment, you can put whoever you want into AP. That's been my whole issue
But
with.
they also have to take the test at the end, and
I
so the
understand.
teacher can give any grade they want for no credit.
I understand.
Objective purpose of it.
It's also Senate Bill 2487 was the bill, if y'all are interested in that dual credit piece. With the it's one line that said it had to come out.
On the readiness piece, that's loose ends to tie up, but we'll cover probably 90% of the ground that we hope to. So I propose we move on and let's see if we can get through the, I think there's 3 remaining topics. And whatever we can't get through, we'll just hold on to the next meeting. And we'll talk about that before we leave as well. But I'm not quite sure if this is going to be a lengthy or a succinct conversation, but I'll find out very soon. This one is, we want to discuss if and how the accountability system is connected to the required ESSA classifications. I don't know if we're in Mississippi to know that. I don't think these classifications are often foregrounded when we talk about school performance, but they are obviously very important, and we want to make sure that the state's in full compliance with federal regulations. So just as a reminder, this isn't something that's very familiar to you all. There are 3 required federal designations. There's comprehensive support and improvement, which requires that states identify not less than the lowest 5% of Title I schools and any high school that fails to graduate 1/3 or more of its students. There's targeted support and improvement, a little more flexibility in how this is calculated, but it's defined by schools with subgroup that's consistently underperforming. And then there's additional targeted support and improvement, ATSI, and that's where basically use the CSI calculation at the student group level. And if any student group would lead to CSI on its own, then the school is classified as ATSI. And one of the reasons that matters is that ATSI schools that haven't satisfied exit criteria in a quote state-determined number of years are classified as CSI. So that's what the feds require of state accountability systems. So how does Mississippi satisfy these criteria? Certainly for, as you would expect, the graduation rate 67% or lower, that will get a Title I high school into CSI. If the 3-year accountability score ranks in the bottom 5% of Title I schools, using that composite accountability score, then that's a criterion. And if the school was previously an ATSI school with 3 consecutive years, that's the state determined in this case, that fall, okay, yeah, just basically 3 years of ATSI for a group, and that rolls over into CSI. And then the school will exit CSI after 3 years if they satisfy with not the minimum, so we're going to have a graduation rate higher than 67%. Or, this is where it's really going to start to connect with what we're doing here, the school improves a letter grade or progresses enough to exceed the midpoint of the letter grade range. So it's either go up a grade or cross that midpoint of the criteria. That's going to show up again. How does the state currently calculate TSI? If you have a subgroup at a school that's in the lowest, these are all ANDs, subgroup in the lowest 50% on the overall accountability index, and scores in the lowest quartile of average performance. So it's essentially another status. Look, if you're in the lowest quartile and the gap between the current proficiency rate and that long-term goal is 70%, which I'm pretty sure if you just did the lowest quartile overall, you'd probably get the same thing. With the most recent 3 years of accountability calculations, and then scores in the lowest quartile of improvement in that gap to goal closure. So that gives you kind of the pool of TSI schools, and then from that pool, the schools are ranked on their composite accountability score, and the lowest 5% get identified for TSI. So, again, TSI, targeted sport improvement, is intended to flag schools that have groups that aren't, specific student groups that aren't improving. And then ATSI, this one's fairly well determined by the law, so there's not a lot of flexibility here. If it's a subset of TSI schools, basically the lowest 5% that aren't otherwise identified as CSI. And then you get out by being in the lowest 5% and increase one letter grade or an increase that crosses the midpoint of the letter grade range. So, why are we talking about this? Well, we're making changes to the accountability system, and importantly, this is all as a precursor to setting new thresholds for letter grade performance. And I think it's time for us to pause and ask, first, should there be a link to these federal designations and letter grades? And you see some examples here, and they're just that. You can say, nope, there doesn't need to be an explicit link. Keep those federal classifications separate using methods that are established to conform with ESSA, and we'll have separate rules to define where those letter grade thresholds are. You could say that it's important to link some federal designations directly to the letter grades. As an example, you could say we should set the F category so that it aligns to CSI. If a school is CSI, it's an F, or if it's an F, it's a CSI. Again, just one among many possible examples here. You could do some loose coupling so that it's not deterministic, but that it has some influence. Here's just one example. Let's say you wanted a rule that says if a school is designated as ATSI, it shouldn't be eligible for a favorable grade, B or higher, something like that. If you favored a rule like that, what you'd be saying is it's important not just the overall performance of the school, but that every group that the school serves needs to meet a threshold in order to call that school an A or a B. Again, these are not federally required, they're not required by the state, but I just want to seed ideas for you to think about regarding whether the federal classifications should have an explicit relationship with the state letter grade classifications. Even as you think about that, the second discussion I'd like to open up is about that progress criterion to exit. Frankly, I think this one is a real candidate to be revised, and I really like your good thinking about what a good way to do that is, if you agree. And so what we want to look at here is get your head specifically around it's got to improve a letter grade or the school has to cross over the midpoint. It's already a given that if the school must meet what got you in order to get out, and has to do this. So in other words, the high school gets in for a low graduation rate. Obviously, the high school has to meet the graduation rate. Or if a school's in the lowest 5%, obviously they have to no longer be in the 5%. But that progress piece, the go up a letter grade or go over the midpoint, is an additional criterion that I want this group to inspect. From the federal standpoint, they do require that there is some kind of absolute improvement or progress. A school can't get out of a classification by a ranking scheme alone, because what that could do is just create a situation where a school exits, even though their performance is declining, but it's not declining as fast as others. In other words, maybe I stayed at a low level of performance, but I'm no longer in the lowest 5% because other schools dropped more aggressively than I did. So there has to be some kind of way for a state to say, we're looking for improvement in addition to overcoming those initial classification requirements. So, examples of how that could be addressed. You could say any increase in the composite score is evidence of improvement. And frankly, I looked at a lot of state plans, and that's probably the most common thing I found. That doesn't mean it's a good idea. It just means that a lot of states do this. They have some, they just have language in there that says an improved overall accountability score is that progress requirement. You could differently define the progress towards the next letter grade. And again, I just wanted to give you an example here. So instead of saying cross the midpoint, you could say, well, let's just reduce the gap at some increment that doesn't necessarily mean crossing the midpoint. So you can say, for example, let's reduce that gap by 10%. If the gap to the next letter grade is 50, the school would have to improve by 2.5 points. Why? Because that's 10% of 50. That's 5% of 50. So that's another way to do it. And then you could focus on the growth component. You actually don't have to use composite scores for exit criteria, so you could look at increases in growth or even low 25 growth as a criterion. Or you could combine some of those, which I also think is another promising. So you could say, like any increase in the composite score that's coupled with an increase in the low 25 growth. So rules like that are also viable when it comes to defining what an acceptable progress component for the exit criterion is. I know I said a lot, but the two discussion topics are these. Do you think there's a reason to couple federal accountability designations with letter grades? And do you think that we should examine the progress component of the exit piece? Let's do the first one first. Is there something I can clarify about any of that? I know I bit you a lot of information right after lunch.
Is the reason we're looking at this because there's schools not exiting, or they're just staying in it?
I don't think that's the primary reason. I think it was probably due to be examined anyway. It's a fairly, we'll call it a course metric, the progress component is. But I think it's just due diligence whenever, knowing that we're going to be setting new thresholds for letter grades, we know it's going to interact with that.
I'm vehemently against linking it in this manner because, as I've stated on the task force many times, every time we do the round table, one of the things I've always mentioned is the minimum in count is a punishment for large schools and districts. I'm just calling it what it is. So much of the state cannot even be eligible to be in school improvement. It's a punishment for large schools is all it is. So so I am vehemently against this. The second one is interesting because right now we use the decile groups. I don't know how familiar everybody is with all that, which we talk about really tough to explain. Decile groups. So that one's interesting. certainly, but I'm vehemently against this because I don't even like how, I know we got to use it in County 10 as the lowest number that's statistically accepted. I get all that, but I've argued for years it should be a percentage of your population and those kind of things because so much of this state can't even be identified. Just being honest.
I'm having trouble keeping administrators in my large schools because they just can't get out from underneath the ATSI, CSI. I mean, it's just because it's our special education population, this and the other. And I got other schools that can have one grade that has 9 sped students in it, and they're for 3 years, anyway, so.
Yeah, there's 200, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there's around 240 schools on the 1,000 scale, period. And last time I looked, 48 are eligible to even be in school improvement. Guess who has a large portion of the 48? Just being honest, it's just not apples to apples.
You're talking about targeted,
I'm sorry?
targeted school.
I'm talking about ATSI or TSI.
Right, the targeted,
yeah.
not the comprehensive.
Yeah.
So, yeah, on this first discussion, I sort of thought it might go in this direction, but I just make sure you've had plenty of time to absorb this. There's no federal requirement that you link them to letter grades, so I don't want to. I want to present this like there's a hue and cry to do any of this, but I wanted you to have an opportunity to take a look at this as an option, given kind of where we are in the design stage. But
Ryan, I want to clarify, when you said you're against what exactly?
I'm sorry?
You said you were against?
I'm against linking it in this manner.
So this is and, if it was or, maybe, you know.
No. Like, so he basically, I think, the way I understood it, he presented it sort of in 2 fashions. Like, you know, you got this one, and then, so the second step, you want to call it that, for exiting ATSI, currently the decile groups. Now, I'm in favor of discussing some differences there when we make it. Does that make sense? But linking it such as the examples here where, so your CSI or your ATSI or your TSI, so you can't be this, no, I'm totally against that.
No, okay.
But I think on the flip side though, if you're looking at the bottom 5% of schools for CSI designations, and the state's also identified schools as F schools, shouldn't all schools that are failing or F schools at least be considered for CSI designation?
Yeah, I'd like to see the number of the school who got identified as CSI. I guess currently with the new system, I guess there are some that may not be in that. But I have a feeling when we do the next step of the resetting standards, that's probably going to end up happening anyway.
Yeah, but just to be clear though, I separate CSI and TSI very differently. The CSI is comprehensive, those are the lowest of your local performance schools, lowest 5% in the state. And with that comes a lot of state additional resources, support, and technical assistance. So I have a hard time seeing this as a punishment.
Yeah.
Because a lot of money is
That's a
funneled
great
into
point
those
that
schools.
comes up. Yeah.
And so I do think if the state's prioritizing, yes, F schools based on these criteria, an F school should always be a CSI school because you've prioritized what's important as the state in addition to just being in the bottom 5%. So if 6% of schools were F schools in Mississippi with the new resetting of whatever, I would hope we would want to serve all of them as CSI schools under the system. Is Bryan County fine? ATSI and TSI I can talk about a little bit differently and don't think they need to be as closely coupled. But I do think to have a school that's an F school that isn't getting that CSI support would be a little short-sighted.
I agree with you. I think there is a difference in CSI and ATSI and TSI because the way the CSI is calculated. I do think when we do the second step, that's probably going to take care of itself. You could have a few, but it's probably all the CSI schools will be Fs, at least when we start this out. But I'm with you. I mean, totally against it for TSI or ATSI. CSI, I mean, it's a discussion, but I don't know how everybody feels about it. I think it's going to happen anyway.
So the support that schools designated as CSI receive is from the departments, right? So I guess it'd give me a question then of, what is the capacity of the department to support the schools if we're thinking that this is about to increase? Does Dr. Robertson and her team have capacity to even help more schools going forward. Although, very good thought on that being the case. So, other thoughts on linking federal designations to letter grades? So it sounds like in general there's not a lot of support for this, although there was some consideration that linking CSI and F should be further discussed.
And I do think with the TSI and ATSI, the linking to the letter grades isn't as seamless because we're focusing on different student groups rather than the low 25%, which is the focus of the school grading. So there's not as direct one-to-one comparison. The CSI is the comprehensive overall school rating that puts you in the bottom 5%. The TSI and ATSI, those particular elements that target you for that additional targeted support or targeted support aren't specified independently in the calculation. So I see just decoupling there, but I do feel very strongly about the CSI and F school correlation, that if there are more F schools than the bottom 5% of your Title I A schools, that the department should be serving all of those schools they've designated as F schools. So I think that's the one place where I would
Don't the department
see a
already serve F schools? Like, isn't that in the Mississippi Public Accountability Standard?
Yeah,
It's
the
different
question
ways, and that's with
It is.
different resources, but aren't they required to do something?
They are, and this is where I'll get on my school improvement soapbox, is that school improvement should be something that sits on top of operations of a school. It should be integrated into normal school operations to improve outcomes across the board. So it should be drawing in all of their state available resources, not just some additional federal resources that would be associated with it. But it should be more of an integrated strategy rather than just something that sits there, because my further concern is that looking at the exit criteria, which are very low requirements for exit, schools bounce in and out. So funds 1 year, funds not the next year. Funds 3 years later, then no funds. And so there's not, I'd like to see a system where there's sustained improvement for CSI schools that would exit them, but then also some kind of support that goes along with that in those intervening years. Because it's just back and forth for a lot of schools.
Okay, so back to timing then. So, again, this is, I guess, going to be a Deborah question. But right now, we do final results in September, and then about a month later, roughly, we get school improvement. That would have to be simultaneous, or we'd have to back up final results. Something would have to change. Does that make sense? If we're going to link anything to that.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, I think Christy makes a persuasive point about the student group piece in particular, because it is different in the state accountability than it is for federal regulations, and suggesting that we focus more on the composite level, which would inspire our focus to something like, linking CSI and F, which I think you would just do through the setting the standards piece. You would just say, like, we're going to set F so that it's at least 5% of schools, and we're going to call any school in that category CSI. Again, you have to do that. The only difference there is that CSI is based on 3 years, right? And these are done annually. So I guess you might say if the 3-year average is below the D cut, then that's CSI. And again, why would you do that? You might just do that for conceptual coherence. You just say, like, we don't want to have a situation where we're failing to identify a school consistently that's in urgent need of support. And maybe we defer that to more of an accountability standard setting conversation down the line, but I'll just take from this that we're not otherwise going to look for ways to link those federal designations, and certainly not at the TSI or ATSI level. So, and then whether we do so at CSI, we'll take up when we start to talk about thresholds for F, or I guess I should say thresholds for D.
and this is a semantics piece, but
Yeah.
it would be nice to see the state system driving it rather than the federal system driving the state changes. I wouldn't want to see the federal system coming in and changing a school letter grade, but because of a CSI designation. So hypothetically, you guys do amazing in the next 10 years and you have 0% of your schools D or F and everybody's a C school, still have your bottom 5%, you wouldn't want to force a CSI designation to make it an F school. But on the flip side, you wouldn't want to have 8% of schools being an F and not getting that additional support.
So it's really
and services.
if F school, then,
CSI.
right, not the
At
other way
le-
around.
Yeah, at least up to, but you have to at least get to 5%
Right.
of Title I. So you might pull a couple of these schools
Right.
in a certain sense like that. But yes, you, exactly, the way it drives.
So this is, I think, the more substantive conversation, this progress to exit piece. So again, we acknowledge that you have to satisfy what got you in, but what does it mean for a school to demonstrate progress as an additional exit criterion?
So my first question would be, when would a school be eligible to exit?
I think it's on a 3-year cycle, am I right about that? I think these are, if you get in, you get identified.
CSI schools that are lowest 5% are on a 3-year identification cycle and a 3-year exit cycle along with grad rate. CSI schools that are identified because they escalated from being an ATSI, they're on a 3-year identification cycle, but an annual exit cycle. And both the other designations are annual exit cycles. And ATSI by itself is a 3-year identification.
We are very glad you're here, thank you.
And can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
And is the exit after the 3-year cycle based on an annual measurement or a 3-year average measurement?
Well, it is based on a 3-year average for the, not meeting the criteria to get in for our CSI schools. But for exit, we're looking at comparison from the prior year to the current year.
So they could have had a couple not good years and then one good year and pop up.
What's working well and not well with the current method? I'm pitching you a softball, Ryan.
Well, I mean, I've talked about already what I stated a while ago. That's the part that really doesn't work well, in my opinion. It's hard to fix. I completely admit that. The decile group thing, I was actually pulling up the state file as far as the ATI exiting data, whatever. We did last year have somebody, that met the 3-year average, but didn't increase the decile group, so they didn't get out. And so I'm interested in that. So
I don't understand what the deciles have to do with it, because the deciles.
That's how we do it right now. Deborah and here, she explained her something.
Yeah, that's not.
But they've assigned decile groups for every subgroup, like, SPED and so on. And you have to go from the 60 to the 70. If you were 60 last year, you have to increase. Or if you were at 100, you stay 100. So that's how we measure this right now. And it's by subgroup. The interesting part of this is if I'm understanding these correctly, these second steps wouldn't be by subgroup. These would be overall accountability, correct?
I think it depends on which one we're talking about.
I mean, to increase in low 25, that wouldn't just be IEP low 25 if you're identified for IEP. That'd just be overall low 25. Is that what you're saying?
I think it depends on whether we're talking about CSI or whether we're talking about ATSI.
Well, this is the only. So right now for TSI, the second step is your 3-year average has to be 50 or higher for growth. So that's not what we're talking about here. So we're talking about ATSI. So it's ATSI is the second step right now. And that's done by decile.
Yeah, that's one reason why you mentioned deciles, because that doesn't sound like a midpoint. That sounds like, deciles are 10.
That's just what Deborah and them called it. I don't know.
10 ability band. So you just have to move from one ability band to another
Yes.
across 10 different sections, yeah.
And that's correct. When we first did this, I think 18, 19, I think, the deciles were created as the equivalents because we don't give subgroups letter grades. And so the decile became the substitute for the
Okay.
So the biggest difference, if I'm understanding this correctly, is the decile groups are done by a subgroup that's identified here. I'm guessing this would be overall, which is something that's interesting.
So for ATSI, it's increase in the subgroup accountability letter grade, which is decile.
Right.
I guess the
CSI
logic,
would be overall.
I guess the logic there is there's 5 grades. You divide each into 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is that what we're saying here, Alan, to your knowledge? Like, are we saying these would be overall and not by subgroup? Like an increase in composite score if you're a 700 scale school and you're 432 and you go to 433? Is that what we're saying here? Or not?
I don't think that, we're not trying to change the exit requirement. If you're ATSI, we're looking at your subgroup.
Okay, so all of this would be by subgroup. Okay, that's what I wanted to identify first. Is that's a different conversation.
We're trying to discuss changing the required improvement to exit. So right now we define that as these deciles. Is there some other way we want to do that? Is it percent growth, percent gap closure, or is it based off of a component instead of the composite? How do we define improvement, sufficient improvement?
Improvement in that subgroup.
Well, I think okay.
Or the school overall for CSI.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying.
Or the
Because
school
there are
overall
2
for
different
CSI.
Yeah.
paths here. So we are talking about school overall, we're talking about CSI.
Right, but that's not this step. This step is the second step of exiting ATSI, basically.
This is CSI. CSI has to do that midpoint as one of the exits. Let me make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that last bullet. School improves the letter grade and progresses enough to exceed the midpoint of the letter grade range.
Yes.
And so those exit criteria, there were 2 bullets there. Are both of those exit criteria, or is it one or the other? Or do you have to do both?
Are you talking about these 2 bullets?
Mhm.
They're both, because the first bullet's the one got you in. You gotta satisfy that. The second bullet is evidence of
And they have to. So it can be.
That's both.
Yeah, it's both. Yeah, I feel like the cleanest way to approach this is, let's talk about the school level first, and then we can talk about the group level.
Because I think we'll have less disagreement on the school level.
Possibly, yeah.
I think that, and I don't know if we can empirically look at this or not, but I would want to know what sustained improvement is. So I guess I would be concerned about looking at 3 years of data to get you identified, but only 1 year of data to get you out. Because I want to make sure. I know, that's what I'm saying. I would be concerned about that. Because I would like to see sustained improvement, that school isn't going to just have a 1 year and then fall back down. So I'd like to see something that's more longevity for making sure that improvement is sticking. And enough to know that while not just meeting those criteria, that it's gonna have a lasting improvement, that the school operations have changed in a way that addresses what initially identified them for improvement. So I don't necessarily think we can have a qualitative piece to it, but at least enough quantitative information that pushes them far enough away from that potential re-entry criteria that we're not at risk of seeing them back in school improvement in 2 years, because then you start the whole planning process over again and try and reinstitute anything. So I guess the integration thing. like school improvement shouldn't be like a 3-year, just to improve your scores enough to exit. It should be a strategy in changing how schools operate and function in order to make sure they don't knock at that door again.
What would you, I mean, I completely agree and understand what you're saying. What would you do with a school, though? Let's say that they're showing continued improvement every year, but there's a cut score that continues to go up, and they're still not meeting that cut score. What do we do in that case? Because the cut score changes.
It does, but that means everyone else is probably improving more than they are. So maybe they still haven't figured out yet how to make those sustained improvements as fast as everyone else. And that's the problem with some of the normative nature of identification.
Yeah, that only happens when we're looking at like that 5%, because letter grade cut scores are going to be stable. But so you're saying if the distribution is improving overall, then the lowest, the threshold that separates the top 95 from the lowest 5 is going up. So you get a school that's improving, but not improving at a rate of everything else. So that school's going to not exit because they're not going to satisfy what got you in. Yeah.
So is the idea to try to improve the number of schools that are getting out? I mean, Alan, what is the percentage of schools that are able to get out? I mean, it's incredibly low, right?
Dr. Robertson would probably know that more than I would.
So I don't know that number, but the schools that are, for ATSI that are eligible to get out, you know, at any point, it's all of those schools are eligible to get out, but how many actually get close? I started looking at subgroup scores last week, but I don't have that information. I can tell you that the range of subgroup scores that I have seen so far, I think range from like 192 to like 3 for 700-point schools to like 330. And then the other range ran from like 451 or something to like 579. No, it's higher than 579. But so that's your range of subgroup scores for the identified ATSI schools.
Because we tweaked this not long ago, right?
Well,
Because it's almost impossible to get out not too long ago, it seems. Didn't we tweak this?
Yeah, we did have some changes. One of them was because of the pandemic, and then we came back with a change in our amendment. Dr. Robertson, what was that was changed to?
It was a shifted more towards a growth model.
The change was for TSI, where we went to looking at growing half subgroup, that's showing on the growth measure in the model. All the other changes were pandemic related, and we reverted back to after the pandemic, so what we originally had.
So tell me again, what's the criterion for TSI, please?
For TSI, they have to, 3-year average growth score is 50
Okay.
or higher.
Thank you.
And that was shifted, I think, it was approved, I think, February or April 25.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I would be in favor of an increase in the overall composite score. I mean, because that's similar to decile group. It just, let's be honest, makes it shrink the required movement. And that'd be something I'd entertain. I'm looking at the state spreadsheet for how many met the cut point, and then comparing their decile groups and things like that, just to get an idea of what that looked like statewide. But I mean, that'd be something that, now y'all have a caveat on there that have to increase in low 25, which I find interesting.
Well, that's a suggested, we could combine it. And that just would be influenced by a point of view that says it matters kind of how you're improving. If you're not improving by helping the lowest performing students grow, then that might, it sort of goes to Christy's point, like, do we have strong evidence that things are going in the right direction in that school? Now, so much of the Mississippi's accountability model is based on academic performance, so it'd be hard to imagine that could happen, but I suppose it could.
Yeah, but see, if you're in with the first step, you got to remember the first step being the 3-year average. If you're, because we're really talking about people who are already in and getting out. So if you're already in, if you have a good third year, you have to have a good third year to get out, because obviously you would have got out last year, and so to move above that cut,
Well, not necessarily for CSI, right? Because CSI, you don't look at it until 3 years.
Yeah, I'm talking from ATSI mainly.
Okay.
Just to be honest, I'm not as familiar with CSI, thankfully, right now. I didn't study it too much, but I can tell you a lot about ATSI, so that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think we should maybe think about too, maybe the exit criteria are different for CSI than they are for TSI. Because I think I think the CSI exit criteria should be very rigorous. I mean, you're only identifying schools every 3 years. These are the lowest of the low-performing schools in the state. It requires the state to have comprehensive resources and support sent to these schools, and we don't want them having to return. So I think making sure that our CSI schools' exit criteria are rigorous and show sustained improvement, I think is an important thing. TSI, I think, is a whole different animal because you can be identified based on one student group for one subject, 2 student groups for all subjects, and looks very different than a wholesale lower performing school. I would not support just a composite score increase for CSI exit because that, just a small increment isn't going to ensure that they're not in the lowest 5% of schools next year. And for TSI, I'm not sure that makes sense either to look at a composite score because that's not focused on that student group that got the school identified to begin with. So while they might exit based on a composite score this year, that student group improvement might not have occurred and they will be re-identified again next year. So there's so many more moving pieces in that TSI identification that we have to, I think, look at that differently than we look at the CSI exit criteria. So, and I'm having trouble moving back and forth between the two of them as we're having this conversation.
Yeah, and that's why let's stick with CSI right now, because I think that's the cleanest, and then let's move to ATSI, which is very similar to CSI, but now we're just talking about it at the group level. But at CSI, I'm hearing some, I feel like people are looking at that sort of increase in the composite score. But Christy is urging us to think about it being a meaningful increase.
And sustained.
Yeah, so if it's done right now, we're 3 years. I mean, I guess one question is 3 years sustained?
But it's only looking at it 1 year.
It's only looking at it.
So they're identified after 3 years of sustained lowest 5%, but in year 4, they're eligible for exit, and they're only looking at that year for exit. I think that should be a sustained improvement, not just a single or 1 year occurrence. Because then, if they're no longer in CSI, it means all of the stuff that they were getting for the last 3 years goes away, and if they fall back down there again, they start the process all over again. And that's just not a recipe for success. So I think, again, it should be an improvement that really pushes them far away from that potential re-entry, and it has to be sustained. Otherwise, we're just gonna keep getting bounced back.
Yeah, so sustained implies over multiple years, and there's a couple of ways you can define that. You can define that as like a rolling average. You can define that as conjunctively, so it has to happen every year for so many years. Or you can set some kind of magnitude. You can say it has to be a quarter of a standard deviation or something like that. So, what do others think? Other task force members have thoughts about this? So again, we're just talking about the school level, schools exiting TSI. If the current method of moving a decile needs to be revisited, what alternatives do you feel are appealing? Christie's put her chips on the table. Sustained improvement over multiple years.
Can you clarify which group we're talking about?
CSI.
Talking
The
about
comprehensive, the
we're talking
lowest
about-
5% of Title I.
right, schools that get in because of their lowest 5% or their graduation rates below
Right,
67%. So other than no longer being in the lowest 5% or no longer having that graduation rate, like what else would we ask of that school to exit?
And
It's the
just
key.
clarifying what Dr. Robertson was saying about CSI schools, it's a 3-year identification and then it's every 3-year exit.
So 1 year exit.
For the lowest 5% and for grad rate, it's a 3-year cycle.
So you're in for
You're
3
in
years,
for 3
and
years,
then we
and
look
you're-
at 1 year's data.
When we come out at the end of the 3 years.
So there's really two CSIs, and I think that's where the confusion is coming in. And Dr. Robertson, you want to talk about that? Yeah.
Yeah, what, Dr. Robertson.
Sorry, not really.
You can have my chair if you want.
We got a chair here, we got a chair here, come on out.
Oh, Ellen, I'm not coming to the table.
Okay.
But, I think what's confusing folks is the escalation group. That ATSI set, that Title I ATSI set that did not exit after 3 years, that then rolled up to CSI. So when we're talking about that third group, I think we call it the method 3, I think that's what people are getting mixed up between the exit. But yeah, so, I mean, you got for the 3-year identification cycle, you've got the CSI low 5% and the grad rate. The 3-year exit cycle, low 5% and grad rate. That third option for those schools that escalated to CSI, they're identified every 3 years, but they have been given the opportunity to exit annually.
And while you're talking about that, what is the ATSI? If ATSI got you in because of 3 years, what gets you out?
What gets you out is what you're talking about right now.
Okay.
Yes, for
Yeah.
ATSI regular and for the CSI escalated group.
Thank you. Yeah. So, I mean, and again, if the task force doesn't have sort of strong advice other than what we've already heard here, we don't have to linger on this. I mean, I hear you saying that looking at increases in the composite score seems to be the right approach, but making sure that it's at a significant enough margin that there's not a likelihood of being re-identified quickly thereafter, which could occur because you've either done that multiple years in a row, the average over multiple years shows a market improvement, or just the magnitude is such that we don't often see fluctuations that would shift back into that lower category again. Maybe we just pause here and we just try to do some modeling and see what some candidates for that are. But, I mean, I think,
And specifically for CSI.
yes. Yeah. But the point is even if you get in with an ATSI,
But then they're still
you
identified
roll into
as
CSI, then you get the same CSI exit standards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in the end, we're still talking about CSI schools. It just got there.
Different
There's 3
ways.
different ways to get there. Low 5% graduation rate, roll over ATSI. Yeah.
On the ATSI escalated spreadsheet statewide, there was one school that was above the cut, so, it's not really a lot of data. On the ATSI exiting spreadsheet, there are 25 schools that were above the cut, and 8 decreased the decile, so they didn't get out, they stayed the same or decreased, and then 17 of the 25 improved decile, so they would have gotten out, if that helps you.
I think we can move on from here. I think we've got some general guidance. I also think it matters that this isn't a topic that many people are really on the edge of their seat about. And we'll do some modeling, and we'll bring it back to a future meeting. I think we have a little bit of time here. A little bit of time. We've got February. We need to have all this shored up because that's when the department needs to send their amendment in. Let's move on to a topic that I know will get more of your attention. Let's talk about growth. This is a topic that's come up over multiple task force meetings, and we want to come back to it. It's been one of the more prominent things that has been mentioned when we've asked for your priorities for future meetings. This is the idea of re-examining how growth points are calculated. In particular, there's a concern that growth doesn't adequately reward progress in that pass or level 3 range. And I don't know how much more you want me to say about the issue here. I think the issue is, the way the growth model is specified, you get points for staying in 4 or staying in 5, and obviously you get points anytime you move from one level to another, 1A, 1B, 2A. I think what people are noticing is that in many cases, students will stay in 3A or stay in 3B, and you don't get any growth points if you stay in that level. That's the pass range, and I guess there's 2 ways you could comment on that. One is you could say, is it noteworthy that a student stays in pass because it's pass worth recognizing? It's not proficient, but it's passing. And then the second thing you might say about it is there enough sensitivity in the scale? Does the needle move enough in the growth metric in order to reward students? And we've looked in the past, I went back when I was preparing for this, we've done a lot of different analysis of scale sensitivity. We don't see anything about the assessment scale that's particularly coarse in that area. It does seem to be just a truism about performance, that progress seems to be exhibited in a more pronounced way in levels below 3, but it begins to plateau at 3. And again, we don't worry about it in 4 and 5 because they're getting growth points anyway if they're in 4 and 5. So it's that level 3 that has attracted our attention whenever we've talked about this in previous meetings. So one of the ideas that has come up from time to time is, what if we created another level in level 3? So right now you've got 3A and 3B. What if you create a 3C? And so the department modeled this, and these are the results. What these show are the percent of students getting growth points. The top panel shows those 3, the 3A, 3B, and 3C, and you see a little arrows pointing at the number I want you to pay attention to. You see 57% of students in mathematics that would reach that, and compared to 51% if you keep it at 3A and 3B alone. And then it's a little more pronounced in ELA. You see it's only 37% with 3A and 3B, but it's 51% would meet the growth target if you added a 3C. And so one of the ways this could be addressed, there's not just one way, but one way it could be addressed is by adding a 3C, and we wanted to show you the impact of that. But we want to open it up for conversation. Do you think this is an attractive solution? Do you have other ideas in mind? We'd like to hear from you.
So this is obviously a big thing on my radar. So after talking with principals in Northeast Mississippi, a lot of frustration there. One of the principals said something really simple but makes a lot of sense. A level 3A or 3B, a kid who starts there in 3rd grade and remains there all the way up, we're going to graduate that student. Hopefully they're going to go on to be successful. But I could literally score a 3B my entire school career and never show growth.
Or proficiency.
And educators think that doesn't make any sense. I like stuff that makes sense. So obviously that kid's grown, but by the growth model, the big 0, that student's whole career. So that's my only thing. I don't know if the 3C helps that at all. I mean, it might help it for a year, but you still end up in the same situation. So, one of the principals said at some point passing has to count for something. Whether it's a full point or a fraction of a point, which I do think we have precedent for you doing partial values or whatever. But there's a legitimate concern. It just doesn't make sense to say a kid's not growing when in fact they actually are.
So thanks for mentioning that, Matt. And I think that's a real policy discussion. So this is the right panel to have it. This is a policy panel. Policy issue on the table is passing something that the model should reward.
I think it goes back to the discussion too. If we're going to reward the GED, we're going to reward 5-year cohort graduates, then passing should have some sort of. If we're going to do that in all of these other metrics, if we're gonna say a 15 on the ACT has value, if the GED has value, if 5-year cohort graduate has value, then I would assume it would make sense for passing that value.
And I'll just say this, we had the highest proficiency in our district in math and ELA this year we've ever had more kids scoring proficient units than we've ever had. But our lowest 25 went down because our low kids are in that three.
I've got data here that screens, I don't know if I can show it to everybody, but I've showed it to some of y'all. Like, got a school that had, in their low 25, had 85% of their students in the low 25 passing or above. 42% of those students were proficient. These were low 25. And their low 25 number was 58. That doesn't make sense. So like, it just needs some solution here. 'Cause it's broken when you get to this area.
And one of the other conversations we have, you do not want.
You've done the numbers, right?
Because we've had some conversations with other friends about the growth in the lowest 25% and all that counting twice. That's not contentious, but there's been debate about that. We're not here to have that conversation to harm that. But this is a solution that may be able to resolve some of our issues that lowest 25% are in a lot in threes, right? Without harming our friends that lowest 25% may be in a different place.
Does this lead to the next level 2, A, 2B, 2C, level 1A, 1B, 1C?
The reason I think that argument's not there is because we've already said 3 is passing. I
Right.
think that is the standard that we changed.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just throwing it out there. I wanted to,
I think that's the issue that principals have is you're gonna tell a kid that they can graduate, but they haven't grown. And, you know, with the 1A or 2A, 2B, whatever, that's not passing for graduation, so.
what's your crystal ball say?
Well, yeah, this was a hot topic before COVID happened, and then we never got back to it. To me, there's 2 options I know of. One of y'all may think of another one. 3C. There's also, and I'm glad Bradley said that, like now we have precedent for this, you know, everything doesn't have to be a 1, with what we just got through discussing all morning. So could we do something like a half point, or, you know, you stay 3A, you know, or stay 3B. To me, that's the 2 options that I know of. Maybe somebody else has thought about a third. Any question, have I ran data on both? Yes. If you'd like to hear it, I'll tell you. But, you know, does it, you know, but again, I agree with Dr. Domaleski. This one does feel more like a policy. You know, some of them, you know, I do think that, I think you got to get statistical. But this one does feel more like policy decision. It's kind of what I thought Matt's argument from the principal was legitimate as far as level 3. And I think Bradley made a great point. We just set precedent that we have high expectations, but we're also going to reward people who do some of the other things that help them in life. You with me? They're on the other end. So, because like for instance, staying a 5 is 1.25. You know what I mean? So, but here if you stay 3A, it's 0.5. That looks similar to that table we just had up there. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we talked about this last week in our TAC meeting, and in fact, I had one more note I was going to share with you here. And, I mean, because it's obviously a technical advisory committee, they took it from more of a technical lens, and were focused on sort of how finally you could chop up the scale and still feel like you had precision. And one of the guidelines they gave us was don't divide up the scale such that you've got increments that are smaller than the conditional standard measure for that region of the scale. And so Alan and his team looked at it. We're pretty much right at that CSEM with 3 categories. The pass range is not a large range, but we can stay within tax guidance of being at or above the CSEM with 3 levels. Yeah, the TAC did talk about other options, like having more levels, having different points, like, like having a 0.5 or 0.2, or even 0.2 and 0.5. But ultimately, we really didn't carry that forward too much because we said that's a policy discussion. It's not really a technical discussion. We're going to keep that one for another group. And just go back to, and I'm not trying to infer anything when I say this, like what does a pass mean? Some people will say, I think this is the point of view that Matt was sharing with us, that pass is a level of performance that's sufficient to be rewarded, and other folks will say it's not proficient, and we have to create the system in a way that it incentivizes progress towards proficiency. So, sounds like we have.
And I'll just say that, that's always been the department's position on this. This discussion about credit, partial credit for pass, has been brought up as long as I've been here, so since 2016. The department has always held the position that the goal is proficiency and that we want to create systems that incentivize as much as possible getting students to that minimum threshold of proficiency.
But with the 3A, 3B, 3C, you're still incentivizing that progress to proficiency.
As long as we can establish that is growth.
Yeah.
And that's what Dr. Domlewski was.
And I think he's,
Yeah.
but keeping it in that CSIM, I think that helps prove that point, that you're not just gonna trip up and fall and, get it, just, the error is not gonna be there where you can error too much to go up a level,
There's always error. You can always be on the cusp of one level and barely move and be in another level. But at least conceptually, there's an idea that the bands are separated by a margin that exceeds the error of the test, which seems like a good rule of thumb.
I
Yeah.
agree. Only problem I have with that is you're telling teachers and schools that they're doing a poor job with the bottom quartile of students based off of the growth model, when more realistic common sense data tells you you're doing a great job with those students. And that's the data I share with you, Dr. Domlewski, that, if you got in your bottom 25 ELA, that in the prior year, 62% of those students were passing. In the current year, 66% of them are passing. You went up 4% points of that group. In the prior year, it was 4% proficient. The next year, 21% of those students scored proficient. That school is doing a great job. Those teachers are doing a great job with those students, but the low 25 number thrown at your school is a 51.4. That doesn't make any sense. That's the only thing I'm getting at, is like, that's a great job with that subgroup, but, it's making the school look bad.
I would make the argument too, just like we had the discussion a while ago with the ACT part. So we're talking about giving partial credit for not reaching proficiency when you're at 3. Well, that's still incentivizing, from an accountability standpoint,
Right.
to reach proficiency.
we're
so
still
we can
going to try to get our
forward.
kids to proficiency.
If you just want to talk accountability numbers for a second, so it doesn't impact that. It's the same thing we just got through talking about all morning, I would say. So I don't think that changes any. I don't think that decent. I think it still keeps the incentive the same way. So.
It is, but going back to what Leanne was saying, as soon as we change the percentages here, the overall scores for A, B, C, D, and F are going to change too. I don't like that we're splitting this up by 3, and I still don't like the fact that we're rewarding any outcome that happens rather than things that are that meaningful to students. So I'm not in favor of continuing to parse this out, because now we're going to come back and say, oh, maybe level 1, 2 should be 1, 2A and 2B. As you're making the point, is where do we stop this? And we've set a precedent now with college and career of rewarding everything that happens. I don't want to see that bleeding over into all of our other calculations too. And the partial points for partial things, I keep going back to Mississippi educators determined that proficiency was a level 4, and that's what was going to be meaningful to students for them to be successful in the next grade unless they leave high school. And now we're starting to back off of what they had
told us is important and what the expectation is for kids. So there's multiple reasons why I don't think that this is the right direction to go. And we're going to be resetting those overall cut points.
But I think that argument, though, if that's the argument, then again, I'm not trying to cut the growth conversation. But the growth, if proficiency is the target, right now growth is twice as valuable as proficiency.
Right.
So we're selling the proficiency short if that's the way that we're wanting to approach that, right? If we're saying that's the target, which I'm not saying it should be, proficiency should be the target, right? But we can't say that argument and then make proficiency worth half the value of growth.
But it isn't because, well, it might
It
be
is.
math.
It is because
No,
there's,
because we do reading, math, science, and social studies.
and low 25% reading, low 25% math.
So it's 4 and 4. 4 proficiency, 4 growth.
No.
Not for the lowest 25% of the kids, it's not.
Not
You
for
get
the
100
lowest 25%?
Yeah, you get 100 points to low 25.
I understand, but there's a balance of proficiency in growth because we measure science.
At 50
Not at
points.
100%.
It's,
And
it's,
social, and
growth is still,
and social
no
studies.
growth.
It's still less.
And college and career.
And your bottom quartile students are counting in the growth and in the bottom quartile growth.
I understand that. I mean, that was intentional. The whole reason we have that lowest quartile growth is so we can narrow achievement gaps, which Mississippi has successfully done because we've double focused on the lowest performing kids.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing that point. The point is, if we're saying proficiency is we can't say proficiency is the target or the ultimate goal and continue to do that and not give more value towards the top part of the model.
Well, we're not having, we're having this conversation in a vacuum, but when we get to the second part, where we're doing the standard setting, we have already somewhat decided as a group that we're gonna start by profile, by component. So that factors into this whole conversation. Proficiency is about to be incentivized in a new way, probably, and I know there's pressure to really incentivize it. So that's gonna be, quite the conversation. But it's going to be more incentivized. I think we're all safe to say that anyway. Back to what you two were discussing right now. So I don't think this doesn't do anything to limit the focus on proficiency. I cannot see how in the world we
our
could do
teachers
that.
are still driving, trying to get those students to proficiency. No doubt about it. And we're seeing a lot of success there. I mean, the bottom quartile students went from 4% to 21%. That's a 17% jump. But the result that you get back, accountability says you're doing a terrible job. That doesn't make any sense. So I just want it to make sense. I just want to say, okay, you did a great job with that subgroup, and accountability rating says that. But it doesn't say that.
Well, I just know that there's school districts in the state that have double, almost triple the proficiency that are Bs, and there's school districts that have A.
Right.
And to me,
it makes no sense.
It's just, to me, if the goal is proficiency, how is that right when you have higher proficiency rates and you're performing at a lower performance than a school district that has higher proficiency? And I'm not that, but when you look at the overall state, when you look at all of the overall, and I can name some of them, I just know that they're.
And the truth is, like right now, we're used to discussing these things, and we're thinking, from a point standpoint, because this is a policy decision. Okay, well, this reduces people's points, this adds points, like that's sort of null and void. This is not in a vacuum. What we're about to do next is going to change everything.
Right.
And so,
now's the time to change it.
correct.
100%.
Right. So you got to get that out of
Do
your
it
mind,
now.
even though that's hard because we're conditioned that way. And we just got to make policy decisions because everything's fixing to flip anyway when we do the next stage. And so, we've done some things this morning that are going to decrease points. I'll tell you a secret. But this would increase points. That's all going to happen if we do this.
So, Alan, when you release the next RFP for the new assessment, are you intending to still have 5 achievement levels, and what are the parameters you're going to set? So is it gonna make sense on a new assessment to have level 3 split up?
Yes, our intent was to have the same structure.
My understanding is that we're going to try to maintain longitudinal comparability. So they're going to be asked to equate to the current scale. So I think we've pretty well established that there are two classes of quote solutions here. One is the 3C, and I think we should ask people if that's something you support. And kind of like we did the previous discussion, I think we should get your recommendation on multiple proposals with an understanding that, like you did last time, like this is what we prefer, but if we can't get that, this is what we prefer, kind of thing. So I don't know if this group certainly should recommend whatever you want to recommend. But so the first class of proposals is the 3C. The second class of proposals is providing some points for level 3. And I think I'm uncertain whether or not that would be approved if this group recommends it, but that doesn't mean you can't recommend it. But if that's something that you think is an attractive solution, then I think we should get more specific about what that could look like. We talking about a half point? Are we talking about a quarter point? Are we talking about points differ depending on whether it's A, B, or C? I would like to hear a little bit more advice from this group about what you think an optimal solution would look like. Or if you think we need to model it and come back and talk with some data, then that's fair too. But
Is it an option to not do anything?
it certainly is.
Okay.
So
No,
is it,
I don't know what options are going to get supported, but anybody can put whatever option that you want on the table. I can't say what's going to come of your recommendations yet.
Is this something the department's asking us to solve, or is
I think the
this
department's just
something
trying to listen to the feedback they're hearing, and they're saying, give us your ideas about what you think would improve it. So, Christy, I think you've been, and I always appreciate, I really do, I always appreciate that Christy is extremely candid, and she fights for things that are going to help students, and I tell her that privately, I'm going to tell you that publicly. But Christy, I think you're clear, your stance is leave it alone. Okay.
Christy, the reason it's come up
Yeah.
is when you run your growth percentages off each level. We did this statewide back before COVID, and this was a hot topic, and then COVID changed everything. Then what you find is level 1 is really high, level 2 is high, but a little bit lower than level 1, and then you find level 4 is really high, and then level 5 is a little bit higher than, a little bit lower than level 4, but high, and then you find 3 goes.
I know, we've been talking about this for 10 years.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not a new conversation. And I'm always looking for what's best for kids and what's the instructional solution, rather than how do we change the math to make it better.
So let's, regardless of whether or not some points can be awarded to level 3, just put that aside for a second. If the only thing you could do was to add a level C, would this group support that or not?
Yes.
Better than nothing, but I don't like it.
That's kind of what I'm trying to get at, Matt. It may not be your first choice, but if it was your only choice, you would say, yes, that's better than nothing. Okay, and with Christie's dissension noted.
And mine.
And yours as well, thank you. Say more if you'd like.
I think, in my opinion, we have to get at instruction. If we cut it 3C, we're then gonna get all of our students to 3C and still have the same problem. And I understand Mac's point. Mac, you have a good problem to have. That's not our problem this year. I have 3 schools that have that problem, but I'm just being honest. I just think by the time we cut it to 3C, we get all of our students there, we'll still have the problem where we're not talking about what are we gonna do to increase the level of instruction to get us to proficiency. And that's something I actually spoke to Lindsay about way before we had this meeting, that I'm just not a fan of, and I'm sorry.
No, thank you for speaking up.
I really don't know of a way that I can tell my teachers to instruct the kid to get to 3C and not get to 4. I don't understand how you do that.
So
The instruction is I don't know. Maybe somebody smarter. I do not know how to. If I was a principal, to say, here's the instruction you use to get the kids to 3C, but we can't get them to 4 using the same instruction. I don't know how to do that. I don't think that that's an instructional problem. You know, I don't think it's an instructional problem because proficiency, we get points for proficiency. So why would I not why would I keep a kid at a 3 just to get growth and not get the proficiency point? I want all the points.
And that's not what I'm saying though. What I'm saying is, even though, and I get it, and I'm not telling you, I get it, but our goal, our thought that we share in our district is you teach towards proficiency. Growth is gonna come, and that's our message and our branding that we say. But I also say, if we split it now, we're still gonna be in the same predicament on down the line, and what are we gonna do then?
Well, that's why I don't like split.
So that's why I say I don't like the split.
That's why it may not be the best option, but I would say you go for proficiency. We've been going for proficiency for years. But the data tells us that it's a block.
Yeah.
It is
So most of them move a little, which is why 3C helps.
Yes.
They move a little. You can get them there in 1 year, but it moves a little, which is why, to me, I'm in favor of 3C over keeping it like we have now. Is it the best scenario? Is completely a discussion. But it's much better than what we have now, because you're still striving for proficiency, but we have found we don't get them there in 1 year. That is what the data says. We move them a little.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Well, I do want to echo, I appreciate that Chrissy always holds that line and keeps it in front of us, you know, and said, hey, this is a standard. So I appreciate that. Now, I'm a little more on the other side, but I appreciate your presence here. What's the possibility of just doing a 0.5 for holding a 3B? Then you have the 144 and a 1.25.
We'll get there and very soon, yeah. So let me wrap this up and let's go right there, so thank you. A majority, but it's not unanimous, would support a 3C as, called a consolation prize. But it's not your first preference. But we have a minority of the committee that's made, I think, a compelling point that will reflect in the notes that they don't support that because it's seen as devaluing proficiency. I don't want to linger on that. I just want to honor everybody's voice here and appreciate your voice. So let's go into what it sounds like the solution that more people are eager to discuss, which is awarding some points for the 3. And I'd like to just, if that's going to be possible, I'll have Chris Ball to know, what you think it would look like if it were done well. Is that with 3A, 3B, and 3C? Is that just with A and B? Is that a half a point? Is that a quarter point? Like, give me some descriptions of what you think a strong solution would look like. Maybe we can do some modeling. Maybe we can, so I'd like to just hear your advice.
I would support a half a point for a 3B. I'm not sure that I even support it for a 3A, anything for a 3A, but a 3B and holding it a 3B, half a point.
So a half a point for reaching and or
Or
holding.
remaining a 3, well, they get a point if they go from a 3A.
That's right, they get a point if they
Yeah.
get there, you're right. So half a point for maintaining 3B.
Why is that, Lindsay?
That's a hard group to move from a 3B to a 4, and it's a high pass. You're not at the lower end of pass, but you're a high pass, and you're giving some credit for at least that year's growth and maintaining that. That would be my only thought.
So you're proposing to change that in growth or proficiency?
That's a good point. No growth. Well, what's she saying? I guess it would be.
It would be.
It would be. It would be in growth. Yeah, in growth.
So on the table, the only 3 we're talking about is going towards growth. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yes.
Because you can't put in proficiency in you can't make it proficient, it's not. You have to,
Okay, so one idea on the table, thank you for putting an idea out there, was a half a point for maintaining 3B. Other ideas?
Let me ask this. In 3rd grade, kid makes a 1B. 4th grade, what do we want them to do? At least get a 2A. Let's say they achieved that, they showed growth. 5th grade, what do we want them to do? At least a 2B, continue to show growth. 6th grade, we want them to get at least a 3A. But we're saying that for that kid to continue to show growth, they eventually have to get to a 4. They started off as a 1B and they eventually have to get to a 4, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, to continue to show growth. How practical is that?
I'm facing it.
I mean,
I got some areas with 80-some% 3 and higher, and I got low 25 scores, like in the 30s. Like, I'm getting hammered with low 25 because I got so many kids. A lot of my low 25s is 3s and 4s, and a lot of them are 3s, and they stuck. And I'm getting like, I probably got some of the lowest for a Delta school, some of the lowest low 25 scores across the state. I mean, I'm getting hammered with that. So I'm gonna be first to say I'm not getting any growth points because all my kids are stuck right there.
The district is not on this task force, but there is a district, if you looked at the accountability ratings this year, that their proficiency, I don't remember, but it's in the top 20 for both subjects, and they were 144th in reading growth, low performing, and 144th in math growth, low performing, and they're B.
Right.
Well, I think
And it
some
says
of that will be addressed when we look at the methodology to set the standards.
Correct.
And use that hybrid approach to have minimum criteria.
Well, are we not going to look at low performing and how that pans out too as part of the component?
Oh, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, in like the scenario that you're addressing, we have one more year to assign grades based on the current business rules.
Sure. But
And-
And that might not be just because of growth, it might be they actually have that big of an achievement gap and they're not keeping their kids in your 25%. So you should
it's-
look at.
It's a 3A, 3B problem, I think.
It is. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But, so, I will be honest, Lindsay,
Okay.
I prefer 3C over that option. I have I have trouble differentiating why we would do it with 3B and not 3A when our whole reasoning is level 3 is passive, because 3A is passive too. So that was weird to me, but I'm not saying, you know, I would consider doing that over nothing, but that would get weird to me. I'm gonna be honest. I would entertain that. I don't know the department wants to go with it, but I think, could we give an option where, all right, how many would be for half a point for 3A, half a point for 3B? If that doesn't happen, how many would be for 3C? That's probably the way we gotta go. It's that simple.
I like 3A, they go to 3B, they get the full points. 3A stays at 3A, they get a half point. 3B, they stay at 3B, they get a half point. Obviously, if they go to proficiency, they get a point.
That's it. That's it.
Matt, I missed the first part of that.
So there's no
Were you
3C.
proposing a half point for A and B?
Correct.
Yes.
And no
C.
Well, we're looking at it in two options. Like we
Well, I
want,
was just clarifying what Matt was saying, though, there's no C,
No C.
no C, in his proposal, and what he just said, I was just clarifying.
And this would have helped me. Oh, like that helps when I was in the
Helps
building, that would
everybody.
help me a lot. So, I mean, I'm okay with it, but the 3B, I was just thinking it's a closer marker to.
I think that's the other beauty of this conversation is I don't think there's anyone that wouldn't help in some way.
Right.
I don't see that harming any school.
If we have a kid who scores 1A at some point and we get that kid to a 3A, and that's as far as we can get them, are we not shouting from the rooftops, we got that kid from a 1A to a 3A?
If he's gonna graduate.
Yes.
Which is the end goal.
Like, I don't know.
All right, I really do appreciate the enthusiasm people bring to this group. So I think we've got two proposals on the table. One is, I'm just checking, so push back if you don't think my summary here is adequate. One proposal is to give a half point for 3A and 3B, and I think that majority of the task force supports that as your top proposal. I see lots of nods. I think the second proposal is, if that can't be achieved, to do 3A, B, and C. Okay, I see nods. And I continue to note that that's not a unanimous recommendation, that there are those of our colleagues who have said that that might devalue proficiency.
but I would take it as a consolation prize back to your original vote on there.
Okay. Yeah.
We're still all pursuing proficiency. Nothing keeps us from
That-
pursuing it.
But again, the 3A, 3BC, I think it's your point, is that we're still showing progress.
Progress towards it.
Efficiency. And if you stay at big 3B, you get that half point for staying at 3B, it's not showing progress in efficiency.
I think it is.
So now
I get it, but it's not, you know,
I mean,
you're not doing it for 1A, 1B.
if I score 458 and the next year I score 465, that's progress to proficiency. 464, that's progress to proficiency.
It's not vertically scaled, but I understand your point, yeah. Alan, were you gonna say something? Looks like you were pulling the mic close. Yeah.
Were you gonna say
That
something?
was.
Well, the only thing I was gonna say was just like, I think we should just keep in mind that the goal is proficiency. And we've had a lot of leadership changes over the last couple of years. And I think most people within the agency would say that we kind of feel a little bit stagnant, like where we are. And that we're not still just with the same momentum on that national scale. And so I think it's speaking, and I wish Dr. Evans were in here, but like just like this circle back moment to where we were 10 or 12 years ago. We don't have new standards, but there are some standards that are going to be revised. We have this opportunity to up our game with our system in accountability as we move forward into a new assessment contract. And so I think the mindset now from the leadership perspective is what do we do just to up our game to continue to drive student outcomes higher than what they are, because we're not happy at 35. Like we've watched over the years on the national rankings to continue to see Mississippi move upward. And that hasn't happened. COVID happened, but so we're anxiously awaiting our NAEP results, but we just haven't taken our eye off the ball of continuing to move our rankings up. So it's more about overall statewide, us moving forward. I know the points are important to the districts. I know the grades are important to the districts, but I just want to circle back that conversation to the overall idea is improving outcomes for all kids across the entire state, and to continue with the momentum that we had to be more competitive on the national level. Whether it's in college readiness or in career readiness for all kids. And so I think that's what we're trying to do with this readiness component is recognize students that may not be going to college, but just keeping our momentum going and improvement for all kids.
I'll say this will be the last thing, I'll shut up. All right, so kid scores 3B. The next year, the kid scores 3A. Okay? Obviously, it's 0 for growth. The next year, the kid goes back to 3B. What's the net gain? Nothing. The kid started at 3B, went backwards, went back to 3B, but got a point worth of growth that second year, correct? So we're saying if a kid scores a 3B, and scores a 3B, and scores a 3B, what growth did he get? 0. It just doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying. But if the kid went 3B, 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 get a half point, and a half point, exactly what it did. You're incentivizing him going backwards a year. Make sense?
Yeah, but I thought you were teaching the proficiency, so you wouldn't go back.
Do what?
You're teaching the proficiency, so you shouldn't go back.
Of course you're teaching that, but a kid can score 3B one year and 3A the next.
Yeah, I get it, but they're not gonna intentionally do that, right?
No.
So then it might be an instructional.
Yeah, so I understand. I think we may have reached saturation on this conversation, so thank you everybody for bringing your good ideas to it. I think we've got our feedback from the group. Let's take a quick break. Go ahead.
Well, in my position, when we have our new assessments and we set the standards for those new assessments, would this problem likely still exist? I mean,
Are we for sure gonna set new standards, or we're gonna equate back to the test?
So we did talk about that, yeah.
Yeah, so-
we just. I want to rename level 3. Like, to me, we passed is just like, I don't know. I mean, I was here, but I just like, it never caught like what that pass. And to me, that pass is like a misperception, especially to parents. I mean, it's not for all of us in the room. We understand that it's not proficient, but I think sometimes parents equate that to my child passed on the assessment and they think it's like, yeah, I mean, and so I just, yeah, but yeah, so I just, I don't know how to, I know that's not the conversation for today, but it's like something to think about. And it might be the time to change that with a new assessment if we want to rebrand or rename.
Okay, let's take a very quick break because we only have an hour left, and I'd like to cover at least one more topic and get your closing thoughts. So let's try to make this a 5-minute break. So that'll, well, let's go 7 minutes and then it's 35. Let's get to our last topic of the day, and this one I think we're going to be a little less positioned to make very specific decisions, but we want to talk about what's going on with the English language proficiency assessment and talk conceptually about some of the changes that we think are on the horizon and get some initial feedback, although I think in subsequent meetings we'll have to dig into the details at a more fine-grained level. As Alan mentioned in his opening remarks today, the department has transitioned to a new English language proficiency assessment, the ELPT. It used to be Lost Links, now it's going to be ELPA 21. And the tests aren't comparable, so we can't just say like, oh, let's get an ELPA 21 score that corresponds to Lost Links or vice versa. So we need to accept ELPA 21 as being a new baseline year when it comes to measures of language proficiency. But we also think this is an opportunity to refine and improve the indicator. The department has been working with consultants for a while to take a look at this calculating progress in language proficiency. So this is another of several instances where I think the disruption presents an opportunity for us to fine-tune the model. Just a reminder what ESSA requires. This is a component that is spelled out in the Every Student Succeeds Act. You have to include English language proficiency based on the state-approved ELPA assessment. You have to have it in each of grades 3 through 8 and in the 9 through 12 band. And progress has to be based on a state-determined timeline. One of the distinguishing characteristics of progress in language proficiency from growth as another academic indicator is that a strictly norm-based growth approach is not acceptable. You really have to tether it to a timeline to reach proficiency, and growth expectations have to be based on whether there's sufficient progress on that timeline. So that's not an unfamiliar concept in Mississippi and other states. It's a little bit more of an issue. The current progress in English language proficiency indicator, it's worth making sure we get our heads back around that before we get into where we're at with the new test. So each student who's a language learner receives a progress goal based on 5 years to exit. I chopped off a word there. The annual progress goal is equal to the minimum overall scale score needed to achieve proficiency at year 5 minus the prior year score divided by the number of years. And so the example really just makes this more clear than the text above it. Imagine you have a student in year 1 who's 100 points from proficiency. That student would need to progress 20 points each year. Why 20 points each year? Because you got 5 years and each progress band would be 20 points. And so let's say the student progressed 15 points in that first year. They'd get 0.75 points. Why that? Because that's the proportion of 20. And so the student would earn 0.75 points. By the way, this is a pretty common approach that a lot of states use. And you can do that when you have what's called a vertical scale on the assessment. So you can just look at the full range. You can look at where am I now, where do I need to be in 5 years, what's every year's goal, how much of that goal did I reach. That's essentially how the state calculates progress in English language proficiency. So moving forward with the ELPA 21 assessment, And Alan and I and some others have, we were recently talking with Dr. Pete Goldschmidt, who does this work nationwide, and he was looking at the data in Mississippi and in other states to help provide some guidance. And so part of this presentation is built on some of the insights he shared with us. We need to address the expected time to proficiency, the progress model we should use, and the annual progress expectations as we shift to ELPA 21. So let's take the first decision. What's the expected time to proficiency? So as I noted, currently the expectation is 5 years or less. Working with Pete, he shared data from some other ELPA 21 states and showed that the exit times vary based on the initial performance level. And you see a table there that shows what his findings are. But students in that initial performance level of 1, so students who are starting with, which is they're very new language learners, you can see that the second column there is the one to pay attention to. The mean time it took those students to earn proficiency was 6.5 years. And you can see how that changes depending on their initial performance level. So if they're performance level 6, they're just right, years of change away. If their initial performance level 5, then it's almost 4 years and so forth. He also noted when he was going over this information with MD and with me that assumes very careful decisions about where you set those initial performance levels. And in his research, it shows that you can't just divide those initial performance levels into, say, like equal increments. You can't just say like, oh, let's take 6 bands of equal width and call those the levels. Now I think with ELPA 21, it has 3 levels. In a later slide, remind me of the names, like emerging, progressing, and proficient. So you wouldn't want to just take each of those levels and divide them in 2. What you'd want to do is set, I'm trying to think of the right word here, but you would recognize that you might have, for example, a pretty wide swath of the scale covers initial performance levels 1 and 2, and those bands narrow a little bit as you get into the more advanced levels. And so there's some methodology that needs to be considered to make sure that those ranges are set in appropriate ways. But if they are set in appropriate ways, you can expect to see this kind of timeline to exit. So we think one recommendation, you don't have to act on this now, I'll just go through all of it and then get your comments, is to set expected time to proficiency such that it varies. Don't say everybody has a 5-year target, so that it varies depending on what your initial performance level is, but that you would have up to 6 years if you're starting at the lowest level, and you would have fewer years if you're starting at higher levels. And I'll say more about that as we progress through that. And that, by the way, is a fairly common approach that we see in a lot of states. Yes,
I just wanted to ask something. And Mr. Burr, I don't know if this is possible or if the agency or any of this research has been done with the number of students as of, let's just say, today, English 8 or English 2, that's scoring proficient. How many of these students that's scoring proficient? I know, Stephen, you talked about you're having the highest proficiency. And I don't know what period, maybe from last year to this year, but the comment you made earlier, how many of those students are students who were once 2s, or did you have a lot of 3s that jumped across the line? How many students are we talking, or what data is out there to say how many students over the last 6 years that we're seeing proficient now started at a 1? Is it? That's what I'm saying. Like when we say, all students to proficiency, and I know our proficiency has grown, and we've done a great job. But I want to know how many of the students that was at a 1 are these students that was proficient. How many students are 2 that's now, or is this kids that were traditionally scoring 3s? We've just done a better job getting them to proficiency. Now we stuck with the ones who used to be 1s that stuck at 3s. So when we say a goal, a 6-year goal, I mean literally, how many students are going from 1 to 4?
Yeah, I don't know the answer, and that's worth noting that having more data on this with the legacy assessments is probably a good idea. But I would say the problem that I've seen both in Mississippi and really in nationwide is almost, it's very heavily concentrated in students who arrive in schools as older students,
Right.
the high school students, and they're new language learners, and they have a small amount of time to reach that target. So actually, we're less, I'm not saying we're less worried, because we care about every student in every circumstance, but there's a higher probability of getting a student in early elementary who's a new language learner and having that student progress through the range than we are getting a new language learner in grade 10. That student has a real hill to climb to get to language proficiency. And again, that's something we see everywhere. Yeah. But yeah, very young new language learners often progress quite well. Yeah.
So I don't know if this is something I've dreamed or read or heard or conversation. It just seemed like something that language proficiency acquisition, somewhere 7 years is some, I don't know where I got that from. That just comes in my mind somewhere. But
You're not making that up. Yeah, that's kind of that 6 to 8 year range has been used a lot. 7 years is often cited as a.
I did read it. Yeah, I don't have Alzheimer's.
Can I clarify one point? During the ELPA 21 webinar, there was a real sticking point that they said they don't give overall levels, but you just showed overall levels.
So my understanding is that they give these levels. They give overall levels on emerging, progressing, and proficient.
They said they gave them by domains, but they don't give them overall, and then they got peppered with accountability questions after that.
But that same webinar did say they have to have a 4 or a 5 or overall.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to, so it sounds like y'all got that solved, but I'm just telling you that caused a lot of confusion on that webinar because they stated they do not give an overall level. They give domain level, but they don't give an overall level. And their next 8 questions in the chat was about accountability. And so they stated at the webinar, hey, we don't need to talk to, Alan Burrow about that. So, but I just thought I'd point it out. Sounds like you got it solved.
So I'm looking at their website, it says these scores are used to assign a 1 through 5 performance level for each domain and establish a proficiency determination. That emerging is level 1 or 2 in all non-exempt domains, progressing at least one domain below level 4 and at least one domain at above level 2, and proficient is level 4 or 5 in all non-exempt domains. So they
It's like a profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they did it all by domain, but they just didn't flat out give it. They gave an overall scale score, but they didn't give an overall level.
emerging, progressing.
No, Chris, appreciate you acknowledging the challenge with new students who are older. That is the one instructional challenge we hear probably the most concerning this subgroup of students. If we appreciate anything the department is doing that could potentially support our high schools, that's definitely appreciated.
So, second question. So the first question is about time to proficiency. So the second question is about the progress model. And so when we were talking to Pete, and I remember now Pete came and presented to us, or he did remotely, I think. So some of you may remember Dr. Goldsmith. But he shared, and you see here in this last bullet, there are a number of growth models that states use, both ELPA 21 states and other states, FAMs, SGPs, regression, value tables. To me, this is a fairly short conversation in this state and in this room because the state has a strong tradition of using value tables, and it would seem misplaced to me to introduce a different kind of growth model for this assessment. Although, again, we bring this to you just in full disclosure, full information, that there are states that use multiple ways to calculate year-to-year progress. One thing we can't do is just simple subtraction. That's what I call, because you have to have a vertical scale in order to accomplish that. And the scale is going to differ for every grade, and so you need a solution that accounts for those differences in each grade. So this is kind of what I just said. Implementing a new growth model such as a VAM or SGP, time-consuming, costly, inconsistent. As we're thinking about what solution is going to work best for Mississippi, we think a value table approach is most promising, better supports our intended interpretation and use. And that's what's guided us to focusing on examples like this. This one actually comes from Nebraska. He shared this with us when we talked to him recently, and I've done some more reading on it since then. Nebraska uses ELPA 21 as well, and they take the ELPA scores in each of those levels, emerging, progressive, and proficient, and divide emerging into 2 levels and progressive into 2 levels. Could there be more levels? Yes. And what they do is have a scale range for every grade that tells you where those thresholds are. And maybe you can see where I'm going with this. If you have scale ranges on ELPA 21 that correspond to these meaningful thresholds, then you can come up with targets that look like, let's say progress from level, from emerging high needs to be pegged to progressing low, and progress from progressing low needs to be pegged to progressing medium. I misspoke that. It looks like they have 3 levels of progressing, low, medium, high. And then the final exit standard is pegged at proficient. And if the state does something like that, then you can essentially use the same methodology that's been used by using those category thresholds as your progress targets. And then calculate your time to exit and use the percentage of the target that the student met. Let me pause there because I know I'm saying a lot here. But this is, I'm sketching out a general illustration of how the state might approach rolling ELPA 21 into accountability. That should look pretty familiar and still take into account of the research we're hearing and some of the methods that we think are promising. So our recommendation is to develop a value table approach to calculate progress and award points based on the percent of progress demonstrated between the current category and the target category. You probably noticed that categories are set in a way that provides up to 6 years to exit, or may have a more accelerated exit schedule if the student starts, look at that last row there. If you start at progressing high, then you've got a nearer term target to reach proficient. I think I just have one last thing to say, then I want to open it up to any comments or any discussions here. What we think would be a good path forward is for the department to reach out to the U.S. Department of Education for a waiver to decouple language proficiency from the accountability system for a year, so that you've got 2 years of data in order to do some research. You can't calculate growth score until you have 2 years of the same assessment. And we think it would be a poor substitute to try to link it back to a scale that's not meant to be linked to ELPA 21. And then once 2 years of ELPA 21 data are available, then we can play out what a promising value table approach would look like, bring it to this group, finalize decisions, and move forward. The only thing I don't like about this is it does introduce some disruption after the board standards are set. I know that's not trivial, but I think it's better to wait and do it right than to do something that's not technically defensible for the sake of doing it faster.
In that waiver, will it mean that everybody gets 1,000 points for 2 years, or?
Do we keep, or do we just keep our current years?
No.
Yeah.
I don't know. We've only just had just a very, very nascent conversations about what that could look like. Does that mean that it's not a 1,000-point model?
Everybody gets the full points instead of 5%.
A 950-point model, or does that mean that it's there's other ideas. I don't even like them enough to say them right now. So I'm just going to say there's ways to approach this, but I think the first step is see if we can get a waiver. I did send an email to the department. I haven't yet heard back, just to get a sense for whether this is possible.
When do you think we'll have it?
Are you laughing because I haven't heard back? Yeah. I've actually been pretty impressed with how responsive they've been. So. But let's hear your comments here. This we'll try to do is sketch out like some principles that we think would accompany this, an overall idea. It's way too early to know if that'll be approved, but this is all kind of hot off the press, and we wanted to share with you what we know.
What was that slide? I think it's had something about added value or something. I don't think we talked about it. I just saw a slide there.
That's the table.
The value table approach is what I think would be a promising method to roll this out.
No, it was something else you had up there.
The value added model is not something we want to.
Yeah, maybe it was this one, yeah.
I don't think. Maybe
It's the one that had the list.
Oh, yeah,
Four models
back.
of growth is what he's talking about.
Right there. When you say other alternative, I don't think, did we talk about that slide or did I miss that?
Very briefly, yeah, I just mentioned that these are the most common approaches we've seen to growth in the country. Value-added models, student growth percentiles, various regression-based approaches.
And the chart was what that value, okay.
Mississippi has a long tradition of using value tables, and that's an example.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
So if we didn't change growth models and we kept the, to me, EL is a growth model, I'll call it that. If we kept the EL component the exact same right now, we didn't change it, we simply changed assessments, would we have to skip the year of data?
If we continue with loss links?
No, if we're clearly going with ELPA 21,
Right.
that's over with. But like if we kept the component, the accountability rules the same.
Yes, we'd still need something, because it doesn't have a vertical scale. We couldn't just use the same like bands across all grades. We'd
You'd have to
come up-
bridge it or something.
Yeah, we need Mississippi data to look at what appropriate targets are on this from year to year. I mean, I suppose, I just don't like the idea, even though I'm saying it in a public meeting. I suppose we could use as a placeholder what some other states have found. Like we could say, oh, it looks like Nebraska did a good job, let's use their data. But I just think this is too important.
But we couldn't like use the lost links as the baseline and set targets on ELPA 21. We're not going to be able to correlate those together to do that like we are different platforms with NWA to DRC.
Even if we did that, I think it could be good for 1 year. I think you'd have to redo it in year 2 because it'd be a different trajectory.
Yeah, when we went to park and that,
Yeah, well,
we did.
I have a huge problem with doing our next stage, setting standards, and not having the EL data. That is because I mean it impacts things, and then we're going to change how we're going to do it. That's an issue. I mean, I agree we should go with the best method, and we don't make the decision because, well, we can have a year, we don't have to skip a year, you know. However, that's because of the point that we've been making. To be honest with you, the 1,000 scale schools, and again, I hate to say it, but it's not completely a large district problem or large school problem because it has to do with demographics, but it's like we pointed out. I mean, the 1,000 scale EL is a major impact in a down direction, and then on the 700 scale, it's a major impact in the positive direction, and so it influences things a lot. That's gonna make that challenging.
However, we can find a balance between what Ryan's saying and what Stephen alluded to about the last time we equated when we were changing tests. You know, it's one thing to change platforms where you have the same items. Now that we're changing the assessment, when you initially don't bring up resetting the cuts, my thought just about asking for the waiver, I've got EL teachers cheering. They're all stressed how we're going to do all of this. But I do understand the second component of that as well.
Yes, I don't know we can separate the two discussions. So the discussion about how we would fill the gap, back to Stephen's point, is everyone just not going to have EL, or are we going to we're going to put in last year's points? You know what I mean? I think that has to be a discussion point, just like we've always done. There's historical trend for that. When we had new science tests, when we did the EL component last time, I mean, we've done that forever. Like you put in last year's points to keep it as close to possible. But then we're changing, and we don't know what that's going to look like the next year, so we are quote redoing it the next year. But you know, to me, that has to be a discussion point that we bring up with this discussion. If that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
how much I should say, but there, I suppose it's possible to do, like in the assessment world, sometimes we talk about, you do in a standard setting, and then you do like a standards validation. You take a look at those standards now that the EL data are available in the next year. So set it on the best information you have in the summer of '25, and then revisit it with that EL data and see if it needs to be tweaked in the summer of '26. That'd be another strategy.
Now, to the department's credit, back when we were initially implementing the EL component, we actually came back and did we not make changes? Maybe the EL component came out and there's calculated one way, and almost the next year, changes were made right off the bat as well.
Right, oh yeah.
Because everybody, it was a negative impact on everybody.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
We've had years where in the past we've looked at it multiple years in a row, so.
This one's really hard to, because this is all new. Like we just found out about this assessment last week. You know what I mean? This one's really hard because this is so abstract. To really have an opinion on.
When will we know about the waiver, you think?
Well, so the department hasn't applied for a waiver, let me be clear. The department has inquired about it as a possibility. The department has a pretty good, the U.S. Department of Education has a pretty good track record of having earnest conversations in advance of an official application. So they'll give us an honest signal whether or not this is a plausible route forward. So I expect that we'll have a signal within the next few weeks that this is a path that is possible. I mean, the big markers are the Mississippi Department needs to submit all of their amendments for the accountability system by the first week of February. Now, some of those can be, like I could see describing the overall approach for EL and putting markers in that amendment request that says, once we have this data and pending these decisions, we'll find this. It's not that uncommon. You can say, this is what we know, this is what we confirm. Things like, changes to the readiness component that we've been talking about. All that can be described in as much detail as the department would be in a position to do so. Other things, they may have to describe more of the process to get there. And then in those cases, the U.S. Department of Ed will often say, well, this is approved, but once we get more information about that, we can work with you on this other part. So, but the Mississippi Department will want to get as much of that in by February as they can, because that's the department's pledge to get things turned around in time to implement for the next year.
We have to submit in the waiver our plan, like, okay, everyone's going to be just on 1,000 points or 700 points, or we're going to put in what they had last year. Would that have to be part of the waiver?
Mm-hmm.
So we got to make that decision kind of quick.
Yeah. How it's going to be handled in accountability would definitely have to be part of it.
And
In the amendment.
there's no correlation or bridge, and that's not an option.
Well, that's what I asked him.
I don't think it's a good option.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I was asking because, like, when you say put them in from last year, I got one school that's traditionally an EL. Last year they had like 16 students at this one school, but only 9
Met the component.
met the component. And now this year, I think I got almost 20, but at least those 16 that will need it, but I don't have a score, but they traditionally do well, but so.
Yeah.
But district-wide, I do have.
Yeah, so these lumped together, that's why I asked that question. Could he, if we kept the same, or is there a way to bridge it? Could we keep, or do we have to make the decision, well, there's clearly going to be a year gap in data, and gotta make that decision. So these, to me, overlap.
Yeah, so it sounds like what I'm hearing is there's particular interest in what the accountability solution would be during the transition year.
Because it seems immediate.
Yeah. Even as there seems to be a general, and again, pushback if you don't think I'm summarizing this right, a general openness to the process and methodology I've described, but a desire to talk more specifically about what's going to happen in 24-25 if we do have a gap. And we will, yeah.
And 25, 26. I mean, as we get ready to set standards and then we have new cuts, you know, yeah. So are we saying, okay, yeah, because this year we're going to test Delta 21. Wouldn't have data. Next year we should have data. We just wouldn't be able to use that to set our standards. But when we have the first official results off the new information, we should have EL in some form or fashion, correct?
In the spring of 26, we'll have our second year of data. And I'm suggesting that that can be used to make final decisions about the indicator and to look at what its impact is in the accountability system.
So the 25, 26 results would have EL?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that's about as aggressive as I can imagine. Even
Well, that's better.
Yeah.
Because that's the year everything, shifting.
Everything's gonna change that year.
And again, we should talk about the full range of solutions, but I think my best idea right now would be continue with setting standards this summer and revisit them in the summer of 26. If we think the EL results are influencing them in ways that matter, and it's likely they will.
Yeah, and especially considering Greg's point that has changed things in the past.
So it looks like our work is, we got a lot of important things ahead. Your work doesn't end anytime soon, sorry. That's all I got before we do our closing remarks. Anything else on this? We made up some time in the last couple topics, yeah.
I don't want to bring back the growth conversation, but do we have that by grade to see if there's different impacts at level 3 by grade?
The general assessment growth.
Yeah.
I don't, but I'll make a note of that.
Okay. I'm just wondering if it's an elementary issue, a high school issue, high school issue.
I do think, Alan, should we set, I think we're going to need at least one more meeting between now and submission of the amendment. Do you want to look at calendars now, or you want to do that offline?
We can do that. I wish Paula was in here, but I have her calendars.
Okay. Would it be too late to do something in January? I know it doesn't give you a lot of time before February.
Well, and, we may just have to say we're going to submit in February. I don't know if it'll be the first week of February, but.
So what we're mumbling about over here is, we think we're going to need at least one more task force meeting between now and February, and preferably not the day before Alan and his colleagues have to submit that. So, I mean.
So at the next meeting, everything on accountability as far as changes go have to be finalized.
As much as we can, as much as we can. Yeah, I just, my calendar isn't gonna support a meeting in December unless we're like meeting on Christmas Day or something. So I love you guys, but so possible dates, January 2nd is a possibility. That may not be, many people may still be on.
Are you kidding, Chris?
I didn't say the first. The next week I'm not available. I'm pretty flexible the week of the 13th. How about the week of the 13th?
The 14th is open on these calendars.
Oh, I'm not available.
You're not available the 14th? Are you available at all that week?
No. Well, no, actually not.
Yeah, now we're getting close to February.
Y'all have a state board meeting that week.
On the 16th.
You said 16?
No, the state board.
That's the state board meeting.
16th.
After Christmas Day?
Monday the 20th I'm available.
Okay.
Oh, that must be why I'm available.
That's why you're
Uh,
23rd is open.
The 27th or 28th, I'm available. 31st.
That's winter mass.
That's whenever,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, now we're in February. We may have to, maybe we try to do something remote.
Good.
That'd be weird.
Something wrong with
What'd you say?
That'd be weird.
Okay, well, do you want to just wait?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys aren't laughing at my January 2nd suggestion
What
anymore,
about
are
the
you?
day after y'all's state board meeting, 17th? How that works?
I'm not available.
Do you want a remote in? Or you gonna be on
Like,
vacation?
I'm literally not available. I'm in DC that week.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And did we, just remind me, did we rule out 27th, 28th, and 31st?
You rule out the 31st, we just ruled out the front side,
Yeah, the 27, 28.
29th.
We ought to lock in the 31st, even though it's
Okay.
moments before you let amendments due.
Okay.
Okay, kindly put something on your calendars that day, and we'll let you know if,
31st.
January 31st. yeah.
It's a rolling pin, so it's fine.
Okay, we just have 15 minutes till we're scheduled to adjourn, actually a little less than that. So let's do a quick round robin. Don't be reluctant to pass if you don't have much to say. You didn't get a chance to say already. So Toya, why don't you start us off and then we can end with that?
All right. Well, as always, I like to just be thankful for just the opportunity to serve on the task force and learn from many others here. And that's pretty much all I've had.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Same. It's good to be able to have a voice and be able to represent everybody in the state and hopefully find some solutions that work.
Is there a way that we can have just the proposed changes and then just run it in our district and maybe a district beside us to see if there are some unintended consequences? I sometimes worry about that. We miss something because we function as a group and sometimes we forget about some things that could happen.
Running impact.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I was running two different conversations overlapping a minute ago. Because before the break, I was just thinking, as we continue to explore that 3 and push to proficiency in our goals and the state agency goals of moving kids to this proficiency number and I still would just like to know, and I said it during the English language, but I meant, just on proficiency as a whole, just how many students in our state that actually reaches that proficiency start at that 1. I mean, how many of our children are going from 1 to 4 across the board in the state would be something I would be curious to know. Like I said, I said it during the English proficiency topic, but I meant just in general overall for proficiency period. How many students are going from 1 at some point and getting to proficiency and just maintaining? And because I think that will help paint the picture of the struggle that we're having. How many are getting to 3 and just not going any further? Or is it actually students across the state that's going from 1 to 4 on a consistent basis, and we just missing it structurally in my district or in another district? I just would be curious to know that as we continue to talk about that struggle with that 3 and why I feel it's important that we recognize that how realistic is it that kids are going to go from a 1 to a 4? That's my thing.
Just very thankful for being here and for this open space for us to be able to discuss so many topics today. I'm glad to have a seat at the table.
I agree.
Thank you.
Same. I appreciate being able to be here.
I just would like to express that we have, this opportunity is an opportunity, we need to seize some opportunities here with us doing some resetting of, and what I can tell you, being in this business and doing accountability all the way back when it was QDI and all that, is that every time we have raised the bar in the state, we have phenomenal teachers, and they do a great job, and we have met and we continue to meet that bar. And so, you know, I would advise us not to think short-sighted and narrow our view so much that we argue or get stuck on, get stuck on smaller issues and we can miss the bigger picture, so that we miss opportunities to advance. Because let's be frank, is that the advancement of our accountability model and how we've reached higher levels has been good for kids. And so that's the thing, is that when every time we reach that bar, we are changing kids' lives and projections of their futures and their families and their earning potentials and those things. And so, I love the conversation. I'm not want to put a downer on it. I just keep thinking that, you know, this is an opportunity that hasn't come along in how many years now, and we have an opportunity to go ahead and do some things differently. And I just would like to see us seize that for the future and for the kids of our districts, all of our districts.
Again, just thankful for the opportunity, and thankful for everybody hearing the work. Right, this is incredibly important work, and appreciate the perspective of trying to get it right for everybody across the state.
This group is really good at, you know, even have different ways to view things, and then it's all fine, you know, even pushing MD, pushing back, and pushing against them. You know, that's complicated. That's only going to increase from here. As I keep going to the second part that we have to do is about to be a challenge. So there's going to be some pushing and pulling on all sides of this room, because there's a lot of players that are pushing at everyone in this room. And so we all have to understand that, you know, that we're all coming from different perspectives. We got to do what we feel is right. But we also try to understand everyone else's perspective, and I'm doing my best to try to understand that. And MD's in a very weird spot, because they have about 4 different groups that are pushing at them, and we're one of the groups pushing at them, but we're just one of the 4. So it's going to be some pushing and pulling, and it's probably going to be entertaining to people who get to watch the video. But we'll just see as we go forward. But everyone, I appreciate everyone in this room and how that interplay going, because, you know, it's light and it's serious, but then it's all fine afterwards, and that's how it's supposed to be.
Chris, as always, thank you for facilitating and not putting your thumb on the scale, even though sometimes I wish you would. And Alan, thanks to you and the department for convening this group. This is a real important piece of this, and it's not something that every state has the privilege of participating in. I appreciate being here and learning from all of you every time. I probably sound like a broken record a lot of times when I come in here saying that it's students first, making sure we maintain and have high rigorous expectations, and every example always has a counterexample. But what I will say is everything that Mississippi educators and you all have done in the state has served kids dramatically in the past 10 years. Black, brown, low-income students, this is the place to be. This is the place to be. And I tell every state that I go to that if you want to do the right thing, look at what Mississippi's doing. And I hope we maintain the integrity of those high expectations and what it means to be proficient, and that our accountability system remains rigorous so we can keep saying that. I'm wildly optimistic on January 29th, when NAEP results are supposed to come out, that Mississippi's going to be moving up the ranks again. Based on looking at state assessment data in dozens of other states, your trends are going in the right direction, not everyone else's are. And it is definitely attributed to the work that you all do here. So I'm grateful, I'm excited for the kids of Mississippi, and I appreciate being here.
That's hard to follow. You know, I appreciate everybody's input. I know everybody has passionate points of view, and that's why you're here, is to communicate that to us. We may not always all agree. That's part of it. It's accountability after all. So thank you so much.
Echo my thanks and gratitude to get to work with all of you, and hope everybody has a really rewarding and restful Thanksgiving week next week.
Yes.
All right.
And Chris,
Travel safe.
I want to just say thanks to Deborah
Oh,
for the
absolutely.
file. Yes. I mean, great kudos, I appreciate it. We have been calling a lot of schools, so not having to call for data.
I agree.
The MAP schools, thank you again.
Thanks, everybody. Safe travels.